workshop meeting at Washington City Hall. We're in the council chamber for our April 23rd, 2025 meetings. We've got a good workshop agenda scheduled for this afternoon. Council, I'm going to turn to you for an approval of this agenda as outlined.
So moved, Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilman Ivey. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved unanimously. And we'll move on to our first item of business. This is a stormwater program update. I'll invite our new development manager, John Hinkie, to come forward and present on this item. Welcome, John.
Good evening.
We love it when you actually have to speak. I mean, often you're just there listening.
I try to just hide off in the
And
cheap seats.
you're there for like a nod one way or another, but now the floor is yours.
Thanks. So, evening, Mayor and Council. This will be the most thrilling point of your evening, our little stormwater presentation. So, this is to hit some of our requirements for our stormwater program and our permit, and button up some items in regards to our stormwater audit. So we got a little presentation. Before we get started, I'm going to introduce Brendan Burrows. He's our new stormwater coordinator. He's been with us since the middle of January. We were lucky enough to swipe him from UDOT and bring him over to. Did
we swipe him for the SWIP?
Swiped him for the SWIP. And he's been making people happy ever since. So with that, Brandon's going to do the first half of the presentation. I'm going to hit it up at the end with some stuff on legislature and items and stuff, and we'll go from there. So anytime during the presentation, if you have questions, feel free to ask your questions, and we'll take care of them at that point in time.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting me so early on in my career here come and present to you guys on the stormwater program. As John said, it's everyone's favorite topic. And so, but yeah, I'll give an update on just a few things with our stormwater permit, and I'll try my hand at the clicker here. Hopefully I don't mess anything up. So just going through our permit and where all of these requirements come from is the EPA runs what's called the NPDES program, or the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Program. They often will delegate that to the states. And so they've given that program over to the Utah Division of Water Quality. And thus we have the UPDES, or Utah's version of that national program. And the Division of Water Quality oversees our permit, which is the MS4 permit. So the DWQ gives this permit to communities throughout the state of Utah who meet certain thresholds, whether it's population, size of development, ongoing problems, just a variety of things can lump them into becoming an MS4, as we're called. And that permit essentially is in place that contains specific requirements to control pollutants and prevent prohibited discharges to waters of the state. And there are kind of six main areas of the permit, or six minimum control measures. So I'll just touch on those briefly. And like John said, if you have any questions, feel free to stop me. So the first one is our program involves quite a bit of public education and outreach. We have specific requirements to educate all of the groups that you see here, and we have to do targeted education based on the groups that we are educating, whether that's the general public, talking about just spills, how to report things that they see in their neighborhood that may be being dumped into the storm drain, things like that. And then we also educate different institutions, contractors, developers based on construction stormwater requirements, industrial stormwater requirements, things like that. And this is just an example. I'm sure many of you saw, I wrote an article that goes out in our newsletter, things like that, and the booth that we're gonna have at Cotton Days this weekend, all of that type of stuff we do for some public education and outreach. One thing I will say with that is we're also part of the local stormwater coalition. We do a lot of stuff with school children, presentations with that group. And so I go, like this week I was out at the Tonnequit Nature Center doing some education with some fourth graders. So
Brandon,
that was
Brandon, are you going to have candy at your booth at the Cotton Days?
We're going to have a lot more than candy. We got some good swag from the Stormwater Coalition.
You better have some swag, otherwise that could be a very lonely booth.
No, Oh yeah, we've got reusable water balloons, all kinds of stuff. So I had never seen them until today.
You can throw it at your city manager and then refill it and throw it at him again.
Yeah,
Is
I've
that
already
how it
tested
works?
them on John. They work really well. So.
If you want to get on the city manager's good side, bit o' honey is his favorite candy.
Good to know. So we'll have a bowl of that, and then I'll be throwing stuff at John. Okay.
Sounds like the city manager's volunteering himself to be having water balloons thrown at him.
I know. I think next year I'm already seeing a water tank. Yeah, dunking booth. Yep.
Dunk the manager for Pioneer
I was
Day.
going to say it'll get a lot of attention to the stormwater program. The next one of the other items that kind of follows the public education is public involvement. So we have to create opportunities for the public to give input on our stormwater management plan document that we post on our website. And we also, these are just some examples of different things that we can do for public involvement. We have the Adopt a Waterway program that I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with, but it's run by the Stormwater Coalition, and each city takes a part in it. And we have sections of waters within our municipality that people can adopt, clean up, get their name on a sign on the trail, things like that. And then we also so we participate in that, and we're getting that going. And then also our booth at Cotton Days, like I mentioned, in addition to a variety of other educational efforts throughout the year. So that's another minimum control measure of our permit. The next one, there's a lot of text on this slide, but this is a weighty part of our permit, this in construction. So illicit discharges, I've already kind of touched on them. Essentially, an illicit discharge is anything that's not made up of clean water entering our storm drain system. So this is everything from a car crash dumping oil into the road, someone dumping trash into the river. We get a lot of concrete trucks, and waste and things like that are all illicit discharges. And so this section of our permit has a lot of different requirements. We are required to go out and do outfall screenings, look for traces of illicit discharges, investigate them, follow up on them, and we're required to enforce if we know who the responsible party is on getting it cleaned up, making sure that none of that makes its way to the local lakes and waterways, because as you guys know, but for the public, all of our, the big thing that we make sure to hit on with all of our education is that our storm drain system discharges directly into our local waterways. It's not treated in any way. It goes right down to the Virgin River, to our local creeks, and where, everyone is playing in those waters, a lot of recreation, a lot of other uses for that water. And so anything that enters these inlets on the side of the road or into the other stormwater features goes right to those waterways. And so we have to develop SOPs for tracing those if we see signs of them, for responding to them. And then we have a hotline that we list on our stormwater website as well for reporting it, and it'll make its way to us to follow up on it. So that's a big part of our permit, and obviously it has a significant impact on stuff, eliminating stuff from directly entering the local waterways. That was hydraulic oil. Yeah, from I think it was a garbage truck that blew a line, and that was what the catch basin looked like after. And so then I'll have a picture at the end that'll show them vacuuming it out, but that's not uncommon to see, especially, any car crash, even a few gallons is gonna look like that sitting in the inlet, let alone, a fuel spill or something much worse, where we're talking hundreds of gallons. So yeah, nasty looking stuff that if we didn't go and vac it out, or if it entered that pipe right there, would go sit down in the Virgin River where all the kids are wakeboarding every afternoon. So it's pretty important. This is like I said, this part of our permit has a direct impact on the local water quality, as much, if not more, than any of our other components here. The other one that you guys probably hear a lot about with all of our development is construction site. We have construction site requirements. This is where we require contractors to prepare a SWIP, a stormwater pollution prevention plan, and put in best management practices to protect water quality. And then our role is to perform inspections on those sites, educate those contractors, and then do enforcement and follow up if there are violations to the requirements of this permit. So what a lot of people don't know is, in addition to the big mass grading projects that we have, we also have to get a SWIP and a permit on the individual homes that are going in and do inspections on those. So that involves at minimum a monthly inspection on all small lots, on all big mass grading projects, and everything in between. And then if, I've got up there a priority site, if it's nearby to a waterway or has certain other requirements, we have to do even more frequent inspections than that. And then document and track all enforcement actions. This is a big component of our permit. During our audit, obviously, it's one that's focused on heavily going out and inspecting sites. And yeah, there's a lot involved with it. We've got inspectors going out and doing these inspections now, working to provide education to contractors. We also have to, again, provide training to staff that are implementing this program. All of our inspectors have to be certified with various certifications to be able to do those inspections. And then, obviously, the other things that go into it are pre-construction. We have to review the SWIP. We have to do a pre-construction meeting with the contractor. Yeah, and there's a lot of other requirements that go into that part of our program. And obviously, with all of the development that we have going on, there's a lot of stormwater considerations for all of those sites. So post-construction stormwater management is obviously once you develop a site, there's ongoing long-term stormwater impacts to that site. That's, you guys see the detention basins, retention basins all around town. Those are providing a specific purpose to treat the water quality and to retain it. Projects that disturb more than an acre must manage their rainfall on site. And there's a lot of nuance involved with that in terms of the amounts and things like that. But the permit requires us to consider BMPs that allow stormwater to infiltrate, evapotranspirate, or to try and harvest and reuse that on site. Because once you have an open piece of land and once you develop it with impervious areas, all that's going to do is send all of that water off and can have, you know, flood considerations, water quality considerations. So that's where these BMPs come in, and they have specific inspection requirements that I've got listed up there, both on the property owner side and on the city side. And then obviously, again, like with everything, the kind of the theme that runs through all these measures is education for staff and the general public. So the last item that I'll cover is our own operations here at the city. A lot of people forget that we are required to put in SWIPs and do inspections on our own facilities. It's not just for contractors out on their sites. And so we're required to keep an ongoing inventory of all of our city facilities, properties, and controls, and then we're to evaluate that for sites that we consider high priority sites. Sites that have the potential to discharge to local waterways, they're nearby local waterways, and we have to write a SWIP for those facilities, just like we do for construction sites, and then perform inspections on those. And with that, so we have all of the considerations at our facilities, SOPs, educating the staff, I go out and perform inspections on those. And in addition to that, we are required to develop a schedule for city-owned roads, parking lot sweeping, and maintenance of the storm drain system. This is this is a big part of this component of our permit, and it was also hit during the recent audit that we had. We're to have a regular inspection, cleaning, and repairs maintenance schedule of all of these different stormwater features that I've got listed, and to prioritize sweeping, more road sweeping. And as more roads and infrastructure go in, there's more features and assets that are added to that list. So there's an ongoing need for additional staff, additional help with that. And then we're to always be evaluating existing developed sites to determine if they're adversely impacting water quality and retrofit those if needed. And then training, of course. So this is that, like I said, that catch basin that was full of the hydraulic oil. You can see the mess that there was on the road. And then obviously all drained to the inlet here. I thought I had another picture there, but yeah, that's them vacuuming it out, and so that it doesn't make its way. If it were to rain, then that inlet would fill up and that oil would be sent on. So we tried to jump on those immediately to prevent any discharge to the waterway. So I know that was a lot. There's a lot involved with stormwater, and I'm happy to answer any questions, or obviously you guys can stop by and see me at any time if you have any burning thoughts about stormwater and all of our permits.
Councilman Belliston.
A couple of questions.
Yeah.
One, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're down a sweep truck, right?
Yeah, and I don't know this, I think it's,
I know we got a new one and then it went down too, right? So we'll be back up and running pretty soon then.
But we have been still running the we did not dispose of it. It just doesn't do it.
And then I guess the other question I had is, SWIP changes, it seems like annually,
Absolutely.
right? So is this gonna put us in the path to have some stability in a SWIP program for a period of time, or
Yeah,
are we still gonna
absolutely.
be subject to fluctuations in policy and, what we gotta do?
There will always be changes to the program at the state level. But I think, and John will speak to some changes that have happened this year. And so obviously we're on a much better path now with everything we're implementing, all of the work that we're putting into the program. I do think there will always be some changes, but I'm also hoping to see some more stability kind of moving forward, because it is hard to right such a big ship if there's these bigger.
Well, it just seems like,
Changes that come
out
along.
out in the field, that, the contractors don't ever know what the heck
Right.
they're dealing with.
And that's where, as a coalition too, for all the municipalities down here, we're trying to work to have a consistent message, because obviously all the contractors are working in each city. So we're trying to, like I said, do that constant education. I've been offering to go out and educate contractors on site, do what we can to just further their understanding of the permit, so.
So some of those sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So some of those changes that you're referencing, they started in 2024 with the passage of HB 507.
Correct.
And that kind of set us on this course. And then this year it was SB 220.
Yep.
That refined some of that, because like any good bill, in the end, you make changes and you move it forward and find the balance. But the way I understand it is this establishes standards for municipalities to deal with runoff. And it also sets some inspection reviews and some fines or some penalties.
Yeah, so.
Talk about that briefly, please.
Yeah, and John, his presentation is actually on that bill, but what I'll say is it focuses almost solely on the construction minimum control measure of our permit. So it has, different requirements for inspections, instituting a fine schedule, and different requirements for both the city and contractors as well. And they have made some adjustments, some fairly large adjustments between last year and this year that we'll touch on in John's presentation, so. Okay.
Well done, Brandon. John?
Yes, as you were alluding to, the state has, which button? What do we got? Oh, there we go, perfect. The state legislature in the past two sessions have dove into stormwater and made life a little bit more interesting. Like you were saying, some of these changes, unfortunately, contractors don't know what's happening to them from year to year based upon new legislation. We're having to tweak our program based on that. And some of these swings are rather major and stuff. So last year, yes, the 24 session HB 507 came in. And this year we had SB 220. They both amended these sections in section 19 of state statute. They both cover both our construction general permits, our CGP, and the common plan permits, which are the individual residential lots and stuff. So we're going to run you through just some of the major items to know from all these changes and stuff, which are electronic inspections, which are a whole lot of fun. The removing of our ability to do stop work orders, and the new fines, and then kind of give you a look inside of our inspection process and how that will affect everybody out in the field and stuff.
John, is this part of the bill that we talked about during the session that allows contractors to self-inspect?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get there, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Self-inspection sounds like a great thing. All right, there we go. Okay, so yes, electronic inspections instituted by HB 507. This allows the contractors or builders to submit one electronic inspection per month. It takes the place of our inspectors going out in the field and actually inspecting either the CGPs, Long Valley, any of our large construction projects, or each of these individual residential lots. The applicant would complete the inspection form. They're going to take pictures. It goes in through what we use, City Inspect, and electronic program and stuff. They have to provide photos that include the metadata, time, GPS location, all these things, and provide us a clear picture of the site. A challenging thing, if you think about it, especially for CGP sites, say like a Long Valley, Solente, something like that, you could end up having to do that one inspection and have 300 pictures that you would have to submit to us for us to get a good, clear picture of what that site looks like with all of its BMPs. Not an easy task, and not something that our guys, trying to sit down and look at all those pictures from the computer. It makes life very difficult to actually get a good picture of what that site is and how it's properly being maintained. So there is a deal, contractors, builders, the applicant, they can opt out of the electronic inspections and allow us to do our continued on-site inspections. To date, I don't think we've had anybody actually go with the electronic inspections. All the communications that we've had with contractors, once they realized how rigorous this would be and what it's gonna cost them, because third-party SWIP inspectors, stuff like that, are gonna increase their costs because of all these additional requirements. Everybody's stayed so far with the on-site inspections, which honestly we're happy with. It provides a much better deal. It also allows us to only do on-site oversight inspections if we have a reason to believe that they've altered the photos, they haven't submitted on time, or the site is within a half mile of a river. So they boxed us in where we could actually go out and actually do on-site inspections. All right, hopefully I didn't go past my slide. The removal of stop work orders. In HB 507, 24th session, they took away the ability to fine. Many municipalities across the state used fines. We had done stop work orders based on when we first implemented our program and stuff. It was a great way to work with everybody and get them to comply before having to go out and give them a stop work order. So that really didn't make any change for us in the way that we dealt with things in the field. Fast forward a year and SB 220 comes in, and the bill's original sponsor submitted this and decided that stop work orders were apparently not a good thing to do anymore. And they took away our ability to issue stop work orders except for a very specific item, and has replaced that with fines. And that is all that we're allowed to do to try and enforce everybody to comply with the stormwater regs. So it's going to be a massive change, especially here in Washington City, where we have not done fines and we've worked with stop work orders. So like I said, stop work order, we can only issue it if we have clearly documented reason articulating an immediate threat to water quality. Now that means, this is going to seem silly, but that means that we actually have a discharge from the site and going into our stormwater system, which is contrary to the whole idea of a SWIP, pollution prevention. But that's where they put us. That's the only time that we could issue a stop work order. We also cannot issue a stop work order for any time that the applicant has used our preferred BMPs, such things as silt fence, straw wattles, a berm, stuff like that. They've properly implemented it. And if a deficiency happens with that BMP after it's been properly selected, properly used, we still have no ability to issue a stop work order. They've used the stuff that we've asked them to use. So. And now the fun part, the institution of fines. So here's what the state, they set the fines. And I kind of highlighted in here, daily fines, that this happens daily. So once we get into fining a site, these fines can occur on a daily basis. They will occur on a daily basis. So you're seeing $500 for working without a SWIP, $300 for mud tracking, $250 for failure to clean up, report spills. You can see failure per occurrence to use BMPs, stuff like that. So this can really add up really quick, especially on a large construction site for multiple failures. And we have to track this once we go into the daily fines. If they have multiples of these, we're out there inspecting it. They correct a couple of them, okay, that fine comes off, but then the others they didn't, we still have to keep going on and doing daily inspections
John,
and find those.
do we have the ability to determine when we fine and not fine, or is it an automatic per the SWIP? I'm just saying, I'll go into my rant later, but about this whole stuff. But I'm just saying we have to work with our contractors. Our first step shouldn't be, oh, here's your $300 fine, here's your $300 fine. Like, no, we need to, if it's egregious, then I can understand. But if it's not egregious, every single construction site gets mud on the road. But then they take the time to clean it up. It's just how it goes.
Yep.
There's nothing we can do. This dirt around here it's clay, it sticks to your tires, happens all the time. We just have to work with our contractors. If it's egregious, I understand, but I don't think I've seen a contractor blatantly disregard it. They usually get out there with a sweeper or some kind. So what is the threshold for you to determine it's a fine?
I'll hit that in the next slide. But yes, we still, even though that we're forced into fines, we still want to work as best as we can with the contractors to get them into compliance. We don't want to go out there and fine people. We don't want to be ending up out there having to do all these daily inspections, having to come to, court or something like that to get somebody to pay their fines and stuff like that. That's more work than anybody wants to do and doesn't necessarily at the end of the day solve the issue of just getting folks to comply with the permit. And yes, we try to implement as much common sense into everything that we do with the stormwater as we can.
But John, my concern is, I think we need to have some guidelines for our staff, because you get an inspector who just has a bad day. And sometimes it's just like, I've seen it, so. You just need to take a breath, follow the rules, what the rules are, and so that's why. But you'll get into how you're doing it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and we try to do, like we do this continued education with our inspectors and stuff. If a contractor feels that, the violation doesn't seem adequate, they contact Brandon, they contact me, we take a look at it, and we have the ability to say, yes, that was a little overreached. No, we're not going to go down that road. So, let's see. This requires us, like I said, we end up in the daily inspections. It requires us to fill out an inspection form, pictures daily, all this documentation to continue forward with the fines and get them into compliance. And then we assess the fines 30 days after the applicant actually corrects the violation. So if it takes them 3 weeks to correct the violation, we're fining them every day in between there, and then we'll assess the fines after that.
You know what I think, John, that's interesting, though, as you track this bill through the legislature this last year, SB 220, is that in committee, the legislators realized the importance of SWIP and that it was something that we wanted to maintain, but they didn't like some of the perceived delays in construction, and that's why they went away from the stop work orders and went to the fines. And I do agree that, in egregious cases, but it was interesting to hear them wrestle with those 2 points because they recognize how important it is. And, who knows, maybe there's going to be further tweaking.
Oh, yeah.
Because does the fines actually give the result that's wanted not only by the state, but by our city? And
right.
So we'll keep an eye on it, going forward. I don't know that it's done yet, but it's kind of hard because it's important what we're doing. And the berms, and this may be a silly question, but I want to make sure I understand it. The berms that you see on lots that are ready to be built on, those are part of the SWIP.
Right.
And that's why they're built to keep the water contained on its own lot, right?
Right. Yeah. When we finish up a subdivision ready for building stuff, we have those berms put in place to meet the initial post-construction SWIP, and they're there as the perimeter control when they go vertical construction. Do we get the contractors to leave those in place all the time? Not usually. They get beat up or they change the BMP and stuff, but that's what they're there for. So.
That's what I thought. Thanks.
And you're right. We expect legislation to continue to change and stuff, and we end up in a really fun position with all this coming from the state legislature versus our permit, because in some points we're trying to comply with legislation that puts us in contrary to our permit. And if we stay true to our permit, then we're in contradiction with state statute. And it's like, all right, where do we end up in all this? It would be nice if everybody would at least talk and be on the same page when they put some of this through. So here's our inspection process, and it's built between our permit and state statute, and we're trying to do everything we can to work with everybody in it before we get into the fines. So we standardized our policy for the inspection, the re-inspections. using both the CGP language and the CPP language. So legislation that came through requires that we provide a minimum of 1 business day before we go back out for our first reinspection. That is in contrary to the CGP language, so and along with the other communities in the coalition stuff, if we find a violation, we'll give them 7 days to make that initial correction. Plenty of time, especially if it's a large CGP, they could have multiple things that they need to take care of. So we're gonna give them 7 calendar days from our first inspection, and if we find a violation, to make that correction. You would think that'd be enough time for most to make those corrections and stuff. If we go back out, after those 7 days, we go out to do what we call our second inspection. It would be called a penalty warning in the future here when we move over to May 7th. Then if the violations haven't been corrected, we'll give them an additional 2 calendar days to make the corrections. Then we come back in after those 2 calendar days to do our third inspection, which is the penalty enforcement phase. So we've given them, if you think about it, 7 calendar days, we're giving them almost 10 calendar days to make the corrections before we're going to get into a fining stage. Once we come out for that third inspection, if the corrections have not been made, then they are notified that fines will be imposed at that point in time. They're notified that these fines are daily, and we will begin assessing fines that next day when we come out. So that 10th day is when truly those fines will start being implemented. And then they're daily from there, if they correct them, great, we're done, we walk away and we start over next month. If not, then we'll continue forward till they comply.
I like that. That's really reasonable. One time I was in Disneyland, I got a phone call from the SWIP inspector. SWIP inspector said, your berms are, not working properly. You got, 24 hours to get that fixed. And I'm like, I'm in Disneyland. I'm the one that fixes them. So he said, all right, I'll give you till you get back to Disneyland. But so I like this. So that's reasonable.
Yeah, like I said, we wanted to try and find that good space where we can work with folks and get them into compliance before we ever have to get into fines. We don't want to do fines. If we weren't forced by the legislature to go into fines, we would be staying with our stop work order. We find that to usually be the best enforcement tool when we say, hey, if we have to come out again next time, we're going to have to issue you a stop work order. That usually, they go and they get things taken care of and stuff. So with those daily inspections and stuff, I don't want to sound any unnecessary alarms, but unfortunately, once we get into this, and depending upon how sites maintain themselves and stuff like that, that's a lot of work if we're having to go out and inspect all of our construction sites and these residential lots on a daily basis. Right now, I'd say probably half of our sites are in violation for one thing or another that we're working through. So that's probably about 100 inspections, 100 sites. And if we're out there daily having to go back to these sites, 50 of them or stuff every single day with each of our inspections, each of our crew, it can get a bit tedious, and we don't know exactly what we're gonna, because right now we have what we call public works inspectors. We have ones that focus on stormwater, ones that focus on construction, but they're all doing their stormwater inspections. So my inspector that's out on Salente is doing the stormwater inspections for the sites that he's responsible for. Cody, over towards the stormwater side, he takes care of the 80+ individual lots and stuff. So not that we want to, look at this and say that we don't know where this is going to go, and it might require us to make the unfortunate request for staff, especially after we've been trying to do things efficiently, but it could cause us to have a lot of extra work because of this daily fine issue.
So John, once fines are imposed, and what I want to know is how those are, if they're paid on time, if they're not, if that could lead to a stoppage, or what does that look like? I mean, I don't know exactly. Once we find, do they have to pay it before they get closed? What's the deal with that?
So the way that it works, at least in the way that we've got it set up, is once they end and make the correction, then we will send them the invoice for the accumulated fines. At that point, whenever they wish to pay, they can make payment. They can either do it here through City Inspected. It all works to take the fine. We've got it built within our inspection process that they will not be able to go to, say, on a CGP. They won't be able to go into warranty with those fines still hanging out there. We will not move a project forward into warranty and allow it to move forward. On the individual residential lots, with the fines not being paid, they will not be able to move to the point of requesting a final inspection to receive their CO until the fines are paid. So it's kind of the enforcement abilities that we had available to us to make sure the fines are paid. If not, then I get in, have conversations with that and start going down other legal roads to get those fines paid.
And the legal road is just a collection action. You go render it to a judgment at court, and then you seek to collect it like you would any other judgment, things like garnishments, seizure of assets, which is something we in the administrative world have never wanted to do with our applicants, right? And so it's the concept of the fines and the reality of what you do if they don't get paid is an area that we've never wanted our land use administration to be, but that's kind of where we're at if they don't get paid.
Are the fines assessed to the contractor or the property owner?
They're assessed to the applicant. So whoever's got the applicant on for the SWIP and stuff, that's who the fines will go to.
And that depends on the development.
Yeah.
Some the owner does it, some the
Yeah, it's all over the
contractor
place.
does it. And here on out, all my contractors are doing it.
Yeah,
So-
and, so if it's, say, they have a third-party SWIP person, and that's the applicant and stuff like that, they're going to receive the fines and stuff like that, and the owner might be going, I'm ready to go to warranty. What? I got all these fines are needing to be paid and stuff, and so, yeah, it can create a little confusion at the end. So.
Third-party guys are super expensive.
So Mayor, you ready for my rant?
Go ahead.
I'll make
Ready
it-
as we'll ever be.
So-
And we know you know a thing or two about this.
Yeah, so I just want on the record that I think the state has gone too far with this. I think they impose all these rules, expect us to pay for it, and I'm frustrated at our legislature that they're not helping us. We brought our concerns to them, and I don't feel like they fought for us, in my opinion. I think it's ridiculous. This is a lot of expense to all the cities. We're doing a good thing. Then the state comes down and nickel and dimes us in our departments and hits up our facilities super hard and threaten all sorts of stuff with us. And we're trying to be the right stewards. And they say, well, we made this bill because of bad stewards. Well, we've been trying to be good stewards going down this road. And then they implement all this stuff to us. I think it's ridiculous. And I don't know why our legislatures aren't pushing back harder against the other guys. I don't understand it. This is overreach of government. Most of SWIP is paperwork. It defeats the purpose. When they started SWIP, it made sense. We were trying to clean up our rivers. We're trying to clean up this stuff. Now is an overreach of government, in my opinion. They have made it so hard and so complicated and so paperwork heavy that it's just us checking boxes that mean nothing, in my opinion. They're overreaching, and I just don't know how we do it. How do we push our legislature to be more pushing back on some of this stuff? Because every time they update the MS4 permit, it's more regulation, more paperwork, more documentation. It's too hard on our staff. It's too much. It's defeating the purpose of a Clean Water Act, in my opinion. And I think we need to start pushing back. But I don't feel like we've got the support from the legislator to push back from our representatives, because we brought it up to them, and all they did is say, well, it's an option if you have to do it electronically. That's not pushing hard enough, in my opinion. And I admit, I didn't sit through the meeting, so I don't know how hard. I just didn't get much feedback on if they did push back.
And we pushed back at the legislature with feedback from our staff, and we didn't really get anywhere. I mean, we tried to push back, but your comments are well taken and well spoken.
This one's an interesting one, as John and the stormwater folks and I have met to try and digest and determine how to administer some of these. We're not sure we know who is happy with these changes. We know that, as John mentioned, the development world aren't knocking down our door to do this. And so this one is an interesting one where we're not quite sure who's satisfied with this one.
But on that note, they sit and talk. affordable housing. All this does is drive up more cost and more cost to build these lots. So they contradict themselves, and that's why it frustrates me so bad.
First time a legislator goes to build a custom home.
Gets fined.
No, they won't. I don't think they will.
It really is, for the contractor, brain damage. I don't know anybody that doesn't just,
Yeah.
about come apart at the seams when you mention SWIP.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Brandon is one of the most popular individuals in the city, so, yeah. And it's interesting that you make that comment. When we were, of the cost of housing, when we were doing our initial presentation to all the contractors and builders in regards to the HB 507, we did that as a coalition to try and get everybody on the same page. And one of the backers of the bill was there, and his comment to the group was that stormwater is drastically increasing the cost of housing. And so that's why they did HB 507. And then we turn around and we're, like I said, our direction to do what we need to, but we work with them, stop work orders. We're not increasing any cost to them, because usually very rarely did we ever send out a stop work order. But now we turn around, and because we're trying to reduce the cost of housing, we're going to institute fines.
But John, what you had at that point was at least some leverage to help people get in compliance,
Yes,
right? I mean, that's really the goal, is to keep the waterways clean.
yep.
And so, yeah, I have 100% agreed with you and your department's feedback.
So, and we appreciate each of you when we sent over our information, when we saw SB 220 come through and going to bat for us with the legislature. We do appreciate it.
We didn't get anywhere.
No, but at least we had a moment to at least provide our input.
I just think we need to get with our neighboring cities.
Yeah.
Because as a whole, as a county, we're more effective than we're a small city and they probably just didn't care. And that's why I'm like, maybe we need to get with other cities and the county and say, hey, this is becoming an overreach.
And
We
maybe
need
some
your help
builder
to push.
associations.
Yeah, we need to push back on it because they have overreached. And that's all I'm gonna say.
And we did St. George, Christie over there in St. George and stuff. She was working along with us to, push back, provide information and stuff. So, yeah.
Maybe be able to get the league involved, but it's an uphill battle. Like I say, that was the senator that ran that bill last year, SB 220. It was pretty entrenched. I mean, there was no negotiation.
Senator Bramall, I believe.
Yeah.
Musselman, okay.
With the weekly,
Even though,
with the weekly inspections that the contractors submit on, electronically, is there any fines for not doing those, or how do?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
There's-
what are the fines if you don't fill those out, and how many?
Yeah, I think so failure to conduct their stormwater inspections, $100 per occurrence.
Per time that they don't, per weekly? Dang.
Yes. So, again, if they're not doing their inspections, yeah, it's gonna get a fine until they get them corrected.
But I laugh at John because that $100 might be cheaper than actually putting in the swim.
I know.
Than doing that.
so what I wanted to say was, even though they're doing what they're doing on the national level and the state level, when it gets to our level, we can have some common sense, and that's where the inspectors come in, when they actually get out to the job site, they can have some common sense. And I like, the 7-day notice and then the 2-day notice. I mean, that's common sense to me. So, but some SWIP inspectors have more common sense than others, and I appreciate the ones that have a lot of common sense, so.
Councilman, that's exactly why at the league, we plead with our legislators, say we want to be partners. Don't preempt us, because we actually understand it here. But I think it's also important, for those that might be listening at home, is that SWIP isn't something that Washington City does of our own accord. It's based in state law. It's a directive that we have to follow to be in compliance. And I like the idea of where we're at, that we're trying to administer it with a human touch, that we don't want to complicate it. We understand the housing crisis, the cost deficiencies and all those things, as well as anywhere in the entire country, let alone our own state. But what I like is our personal touch, and I know that one thing our city is really good at is finding their way through those policies and finding a way to get it done with the least impact. So I appreciate that part of it as well.
Well, this has been a great discussion, and maybe just final note is, we talk about partnering with the state on these things, and we say, look, it's municipalities, it's the city where the rubber meets the road. You could say it's also the city where the water meets the storm drain, right? So give us some flexibility and some ability to implement good policy and good common sense. John, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to bring before the council before we go to the next item?
Nope, we're good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you and Brandon both. Well done. All right, council, the next item of business to come before you is an update or employee handbook revisions, and our city manager, Jeremy Redd, will present those to you as you've had a chance to review those in your packet. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Boy, oh boy. Stormwater and employee handbook. I mean, how do we get better than this? How do I follow Brandon
Sounds
and
like
John?
a St. George News headline to
Man.
me.
Manager discusses employee handbook. This is exciting stuff. Well, I hope this isn't too big of a deal. There's a couple of pieces here.
Wait,
We're just-
John, is there another Dr. Pepper just to keep me awake during this? No, I'm teasing.
discussion you put on loop when you're trying to sleep. Perfect. I wanted to discuss job training and reimbursement, education reimbursement, and then the second part is something that's a little more mandated by our insurance company. The first one, I want to talk about the job training section doesn't change, and that means if we ask somebody to go and get training that's required by the city, we've always paid for that. We still pay for that. But what I'd like to make a change to, we had a really vague paragraph there that you can read that was not very specific. And so we would have employees come and say, I would like to do a tuition reimbursement. And it was really up in the air. It was kind of a one at a time program. And we've done a little bit of that, but it's not been very good. So what I put here in yellow, hopefully you've had a chance to read it, but this would be our tuition reimbursement program for eligible employees. They're a full-time employee, at least 1 year of continuous employment. They have satisfactory job performance. They enroll in courses directly related to their current job or part of a degree program that aligns with their potential career path. So we don't want to train people to be something outside of city government. We'd like them to do something that benefits us in the future. Has to go through their department head and the city manager. And then essentially they get that approval before they go take the course. The city will reimburse up to 50% of the tuition and fees, up to a maximum of $2,000 per fiscal year. And of course, that's after grants and scholarships. So whatever they pay out of pocket for their schooling, they bring us the invoice and we reimburse them for half of that cost, up to $2,000 per year. So our previous didn't have a cap. It was 50%, but it had no cap, and so it became a little bit odd. And then employees who voluntarily resign within 1 year of receiving the tuition reimbursement must repay the city for the amount reimbursed during their final year of employment, and it's prorated based on the months they work after their final course completion. So essentially, if you've worked a year after you've been reimbursed, then your obligation is fulfilled. And of course, it's always subject to review and change based on budgets, based on the council, and what we're able to do. So what I would anticipate is that a department would look and they would say, okay, I think I have this employee who'd like to get this additional training or this additional education. They would bring it in the budget process. We would add that $2,000 for that employee, and then they would go through there.
Jeremy, may I ask a question? So the only thing that just went through this with the solid waste, and we limited it to up to bachelor's degrees. I don't know how the council feels. They just felt like, that board felt like anything past that's like, unless the city's asking you to do it, it's just like, I don't know what in the city you would need more than a bachelor degree in a life. But I just bring it up for conversation. I don't know if you want to put that in there, but that was a discussion that was there. There's nothing at that job criteria that required a master's. So
Yeah, I would say it probably depends. We have approved some master's degrees. They're quite a bit more expensive, so you're going to have to pay a lot more out of pocket. But we've done a couple of like MPAs or MBAs over the years. It's not a huge help, but there are times I would say in our city where that would be beneficial. But we can certainly.
I'm not saying we do. I just wanted to bring it up for discussion because
Yeah, no,
but you're just saying it's max 2,000 per fiscal year, no matter what. If their program costs 10,000, we would max out at 10, but if it costs 2,000, we'd only pay 1,000.
we would pay 50% up to $2,000 per year.
So that would be, that's the one thing I really like about it, because some of those programs can get quite expensive, and it becomes difficult for a department head to say, yeah, that's not, you know, as beneficial to you. We don't want to pay $10,000. We can't do that. So
I like this. How common is it for people to use this at the city?
since I've been here, we've probably had 2 people at a time, I would say, using it on average. So, and we've just done an individual agreement with them, and so it hasn't been as straightforward as this. We would still do that. We'd still have an agreement that they sign so they understand what they would be reimbursed for and what they wouldn't. I would say it's much more common for us to pay 100% and send somebody to, like, to be a paramedic or to post for police officers or something like that. It's much more common. This is probably 1 or 2 at a time we're taking advantage.
So Jeremy, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So, Jeremy, you mentioned somewhere, I can't find it right now, but that you'd want them to do it after hours. So it's kind of a online or after hours. If there's a program that can only be during the day, is there a way to work around that, or just in case that might come up?
I think we take that on a case-by-case basis, but these are full-time employees only, so they're most often working during the day. What we're seeing a lot more of now are we're seeing either night and weekend programs, or we're seeing people that do online programs. That's a lot more common, and they can work at their own pace. I'm trying to think of a situation where we would want, if it wasn't something that we were requiring them to do, I'm not sure how we would work around their work schedule to let them do it during the day, but it is possible if we, on a case-by-case basis.
Programs that are directly related to improving somebody's, I guess, their job or their position. Building department comes to mind, where they're taking classes and things like that for additional certs. How does this apply in those situations?
That's a good question. So that falls under the 15.3.1 job training, and we're not changing that. So it says that when the city requires an employee to attend any education or training course, conference, seminar, or certification course, the city will provide the necessary time off with pay, and we basically pay for everything. So if we have a building inspector, since you brought that up, that wants to get their commercial certifications, they would work with their supervisor, and he would say, yeah, I think you're ready for that. We would give them time at work to study. We would pay for that entire certification. There are times we have asked them, we've kind of done a proration and said, if we pay for that, you have to stay at least a year, or you have to pay a portion of it back. But if it's something directly related to their job like that, we pay for it. CDL licenses, things like that are pesticide. I know in parks, they make them get their pesticide applicators license. I think there are, stormwater inspectors, all of that. This is really outside of
Food
all of
handler
that.
permit.
Food handler permit.
I think, linemen, some of the courses those guys take, I would think fall into that same type of a.
That's correct.
Isn't some of that type of stuff taught up at Dixie ATC?
Yeah.
Oh,
So all of that we're paying for. We're budgeting for that, and we're paying for the things that are directly necessary for their job. So this is really, picture an employee in the utilities department, and they come and they say, I'd really like to move up in my job. I would like to be the treasurer someday, but I would like a bachelor's degree in order to do that. And we look at it and we say, that's reasonable. I think you could do more with the city if you had that degree. So they're going to take it on their own time. It's not, it's applicable to what they do, but it's not required for their job. But it helps us train them so they're ready for that next step in their career. And that's a lot more what we're looking at with this. So, that answer any other questions on the education piece or thoughts? The next step starts at 18, and it's general safety guidelines. This has been brought about by the Local Governments Trust calls their Trust Accountability Program. And we receive a rebate if we're members of this Trust Accountability Program. The mayor's on that board. He could probably talk a little bit more. They don't like you to call it a TAP program or a TIP program. They like to say it all the way out. But what they've asked us to do is to update our employee manual with a few safety guidelines, and these come directly from them. I've kind of highlighted some of the things that would be a change, and this might be new information to some of you. But one of the things is, when possible, a spotter should be used when backing all city vehicles. When appropriate, vehicles will be backed into parking spots or parked in a manner that they will not need to be backed out. Now, that's interesting to me because I'm not good at backing into parking spots, so I feel like I'm more dangerous when I pull in frontwards, but they feel like it's better the other way. But if you had two people in the vehicle, we would ask one of them to get out and back the truck up so that they don't hit things. A lot of our accidents are backing accidents, that we have little fender benders. And then 18.3 is accident and incident reporting. A lot of this we're already doing, but they wanted it added into our employee manual. Right now, our chief safety officer, or we call him our emergency manager, is the fire chief. He's been designated as that chief safety officer. Some point we'll designate somebody else as our emergency manager, but right now he fills that role. So he does training, he oversees incident investigations. In staff meeting every month, he goes over the accidents or anything that happened in the month, and we talk about it as a group. Make sure that we're trying to be as safe as we possibly can. There's some supervisor wills and there's some employee wills, and basically it's they will report incidents, and this is how they track incidents and what happens when they need medical attention. And then it gets down to 18.4, which is our return to work program. The HR director is our workers' compensation coordinator, so Ruth works through any employee accidents that happen on the job, and she coordinates all of our workers' compensation and getting people back to work. And what we want to do is make sure they get back to work as quick as they can. And then we have a driver qualification program, which is also provided by the trust. So once a month we get a report. It's called an MVR report, that they go out and they take everybody who has a driver's license and drives a vehicle for the city, and they run their vehicle history, their driving history every month. So they will flag and send us the people that have, you can see here, acceptable is up to 2 violations, 1 at fault work-related accident in the prior 3 years, or a combination of 1 motor vehicle violation and 1 at fault work-related accident. That's acceptable. And then it goes into the borderline and the unacceptable. So this is really interesting, because if you had a recent DUI conviction on your own time, had nothing to do with the city, you may be borderline or unacceptable to drive a city vehicle. So this is kind of a different tactic, but it makes sure that we have people who are being safe when they're driving their own vehicles, when they're driving our vehicles, and we're not putting ourselves in a position where we're being unsafe. Parking lot burnouts. If they ended up with a violation for careless, reckless, or distracted driving, they could potentially end up borderline or unacceptable. So you might end up with, like, I know our parks employees, you have a full-time employee and you have a part-time employee driving a vehicle to clean parks. One of those may not be allowed to drive. They may just have to ride in the vehicle, not certified to drive.
Jeremy, are our vehicles tracked, like, by everything? Like, I know, like, insurance agents now, by the phone and all that. I'm just wondering, are we tracking our vehicles, or you're just saying a citation that's on their?
It's on their driving record. Okay. They are out and about and they get too many speeding tickets completely outside of work, not in a work vehicle or those things, that could put them into this category where they're borderline or they're unacceptable. You know, you're talking about 4 recent violations, so they have to be pretty reckless, you know, to get into that situation. But like I said, the trust already takes care of that for us. They send us this report every month. We just have to go through the report and then take appropriate action as far as allowing our employees to drive or not. The hard part is if they have a job that requires them to drive and they get their license revoked, or they end up on a list, they could face disciplinary action from the city because they can't perform their job. So we don't run into this a lot. I mean, I'm not saying this happens very often, but it certainly could. So we want to get it in our employee manual so the employees understand that that's part of their employment agreement with the city. Any other questions? I do have this on the agenda for the regular meeting to pass. It doesn't have to be passed tonight. If you want more time to think about it, we certainly can, but it's fairly straightforward, both of them. So,
Thanks, Jeremy.
welcome.
Good work. Hey, and just for the record, while we're talking about the Utah Local Governments Trust, our insurance provider, there are a number of really valuable trainings if you go to their website. And then also, there's an annual meeting in North Salt Lake on May 12th. If any of you are interested in going up to that, I can share more information if you want to reach out to me about that. Next item, and the last item on our agenda for the workshop meeting, is a legislative update by our public affairs official, Jordan Hess. And the time is yours until 5:30. You got 30 minutes on the dot.
Thank you. Our attorney Thad and I are going to tag team this item, and I think I'll actually let you go first, Thad. He's going to talk about some of the bills that passed. Then I will talk about some of the bills that did not pass, in part because of the work that we did as a city.
So if you think Councilman Coates was annoyed before, wait till after this whole presentation.
This tag team, I'm thinking kind of Nacho Libre and wrestling here, you know?
Is he annoyed because of me or the content?
Not because of you. It's
Because of the legislative overreach.
I'm just wondering when they're gonna start being partners with the cities instead of being kings above us. That's all. And I know all our legislators are good guys. They're all the intention is good, but sometimes if your job is to make laws, you make laws. And sometimes it's like, do we really need this many laws? Like, I ask that question every year, do we need this many bills? I don't know, right? Like, there's a lot of problems in our cities, but I feel like sometimes it just is like, all right, are we just doing stuff because we need something to do, or?
probably that.
When I have personal feelings tonight, I will just use the word interesting.
Okay. It's the code word.
There is no intent with this order tonight to put the hot ones first. I just went by numerical order of House bills and then Senate bills. But the first one is the flag display amendments. This is one that Washington City's wrestled with in our own right. Probably for a couple of decades, we've been different requests of people to post certain flags on our flagpole. The state's now passed a law, and they styled it in an interesting way. That the law essentially says government entities and employees of school districts and schools are disallowed from flying flags on those properties, except for flags that are listed as exempt. The law then lists a bunch of flags that are exempt, state, national, local flags, military branches, a number of other ones. Those of you that are paying attention to the news probably know which flag this bill is targeting. But essentially it's created a standard that in years past, we as a city kind of wanted some guidance on. So this gives us guidance as to what can be officially flown on a government flagpole. If you have any questions, feel free to stop me as we go. I'm just going to scroll through the document. House Bill 250. This is a bill that essentially states that a public employer cannot take disciplinary action against a public employee who refuses to use the specified identifying pronouns of an individual. It also adds that if a public employer does adopt a rule or policy about gender-specific pronouns.
Hey, Thad, Tara says your mic is off. Maybe just check and see if it's.
Right there?
There
There
you
we go.
That's
I'm
way
going to
better.
get fined for that.
Supply the SWIP.
That's
the
right.
SWIP fine schedule.
And also, I won't think, yeah. And so it also states that if a public employer adopts a rule that requires their employees to use an individual's preferred identifying pronoun, that policy must state that that employee cannot be subject to disciplinary action for violating that rule. And so that was a bill that I believe is responsive to just social issues. House Bill 256. This is one that I think most municipal folks have been excited to have It changes some of the zoning restrictions placed on local governments related to short-term rentals and starts to open it up. It states that a local government may use a listing on a short-term rental website as evidence towards an enforcement action as to an unlawful short-term rental. It does state that the city must have additional information to support that position, and usually we do. It also provides that the city may require that they become business licensed. Many of you saw the recorder up here working on getting that done already through the city code. It also states that the city may reach out to the website and request that those listings be removed, which again is, for a long time, we've been hamstrung. We haven't been able to use anything on those marketplaces, and they're starting to let us do that. The final thing that it does is interesting. It states that you may also use that listing as proof that the owner or the lessee is subject to the TRT tax. And what that means is this is a tax collection element that they're also allowing to be opened up. Frequently, illegal short-term rentals don't collect the necessary taxes and fees that they're supposed to do. And so that listing on a website could be used for a tax enforcement proceeding. House Bill 274, this one really changes some of the assumptions that we've had in the past. These are amendments that require that a municipality consider water conservation as it sets its water rates. You know, us in Washington City, we've considered water conservation frequently and on all sorts of issues, but probably not in our water rates at this point. And so this one includes language. You'll see there the second little paragraph, a quote right from the code, the new code. A retail water supplier shall consider water conservation, including at least one water conservation effort in setting water rates with the goal of encouraging water use and eliminating wasteful or excessive use. That's a legislative mandate. I'm sure it's something that our city will be willing to do, but we haven't in the past. Usually our rates are set in a discussion that correlates to the cost of providing that service. And so this is starting to add another level of consideration of rate setting. You'll see by July 1st, 2027, retail water suppliers shall include one or more water conservation efforts as an element in determining the rate charged for their highest usage block of water. And so this bill also requires tiered rate structures, which our city's already made an effort to get to. The last quote is another one. Quote, a public water system is not required to establish or show that the portion of the rate designed to encourage water conservation and fund a water conservation effort within the highest usage block of unit water for customer classification is based on the public water system's actual cost of service. That's been a standard that we've had to comply with for some time, which is your rates have to correlate to the actual cost of service. And the legislature is opening that up as it relates to water conservation. They're comfortable with that correlation not being there. That's how important they feel that water conservation is. House Bill 285, water infrastructure modifications. This is really only comes into a play where state or federal money is involved with a water project, but frequently it is. And it's saying that if there's state or federal money, the local municipality also must prepare a capital asset management plan and reserve analysis for the public water system. And so they're wanting to make sure that if federal money is involved, that we're looking at these things again and adopting actual plans. House Bill 300 amends election laws. You'll see a theme here. They require a development of a procedure to evaluate voter registration records based on addresses to identify anomalies and to develop a procedure to investigate the validity of a voter registration for a ballot that's mailed in. And so what this is acknowledging is that the government has various different departments that have different address and registration informations, and they want the lieutenant governor's office that manages elections to know if another office has already determined that that address isn't valid or isn't correct. This bill also requires the lieutenant governor to exchange information with federal courts so that the lieutenant governor's office can be notified of individuals who are disqualified from jury service in federal courts based on criminality or non-citizen status. Those are both categories that could cause you to lose your right to vote in the state of Utah. This is compelling the lieutenant governor to go get that information from the federal system and apply it to the Utah ballot system. And then finally, starting in 2029, voters will only get a mail-in ballot if they request to. They've removed the mandatory mail-in ballots.
On the mail-in ballot request, is it a one-time request or is it each election
There's,
cycle?
within the code, there's kind of a revolving timeframe within which you have to do it. And then there's a category of other functions that people do at the state when you can elect it, when you're doing your driver's license, when you're renewing a few other of the state functions. I don't know if it's fishing license, but some of the other stuff that we do at the state on a regular basis, they said in that process, you can also indicate whether you want your ballot. So I'm assuming you'll see a checkbox. Do you want to receive a mail-in ballot from the state processes that you're involved in?
I like that they're really working hard to verify voters. I think it's interesting that they're scaling back and making the mail-in ballots only by request, because I initially was suspect of mail-in ballots, but I've seen our voter turnout increase substantially with the mail-in ballots. And so I hope most will take the initiative to continue to receive those mail-in ballots. I personally drop them off, but I like to have my ballot in.
Yeah. There's been a few things with mail-in ballots that I feel have probably sown some of the distrust that we've seen in our city council.
There's been some errors in the county.
Yeah.
Not our county, but other counties.
And for example, hey, my mom received 2 ballots this year, and the county said, yeah, that's possible, but the computer will only count 1 for that voter, right? And then it makes sense when you understand the next one. And so I think there's been some things that have sown distrust. Feels like this is the legislature trying to respond.
But I think in a democratic republic, we ought to be voting. And so I like for those ballots to get in people's hands as long as they get in the right hands.
Yeah.
Going forward, so say we've always got mail-in ballots, now we have to say we want them?
Correct. To get a mail-in ballot, you'll need to affirmatively request one.
I
And
think
they're
you're
gonna,
gonna get lower voter turnout by
Yeah,
that.
that's the concern.
yeah,
I think that's wrong.
I think so. I think most people are gonna say, man, I'm sure glad you mail it in to me, right? But they're gonna have to elect to do that on some form that they're gonna transact with the state.
I mean, it's hard enough to get registered voters. I'm just thinking of all the voters in 2029 when they're like, well, why didn't my
Where's my
mail-in
ballot?
ballot come to me? Not knowing, right? Like, how do you get that many people?
Yeah, and there'll be a time period between when it goes into effect and when people process forms with the state. So if your driver's license doesn't renew for a few more years, you may not see that box to check until that happens, right? And so, yeah, it'll take some time for that.
I mean, I guess you can always go to the polling station and do it, the old way.
Yep.
But I agree. And
Do you know what the process is? You have to show, do you have to have like your ID and like driver's license or something to prove that?
To choose for a mail-in ballot?
Yeah.
No, you just have to, so the state will have a process that you're doing anyway. A driver's license renewals, the example that keeps coming to my mind. In that form, there will be a request that, do you wish to have your ballot mailed to you by the county? And then you'll choose yes or no.
Lies your voting number, your
Yeah.
state voting number.
The voter registration and all of that is not changed by this law. You'll still have to be able to, have your voter registration validated through proper residency and all of those things. Whether it gets mailed to you automatically will be determined by whether you check that box in a state document when you're transacting other business with the state. House Bill 358 and Senate Bill 24, this is probably the least connected to actual business of a city council, but I wanted to raise it. The first one is a new crime for a virtual reality offense, and it just shows us that, our police efforts and our community just security efforts, with advancements in technology, there's new versions of crime, and this one is an interesting one that I didn't intend to use that word with a criticism word. This one's just a new area that's created a new crime that can happen in virtual reality. The other one appears to be a new crime from an incident that our area, not in our city, but our area received some notoriety from. And so
this was Senator Ipsen bill. And in fact, it was pretty cool. We were up there with the youth council. It passed the Senate and it voted right when we were there in the gallery. So that was pretty cool.
Every now and again, you'll see something that makes fun of crimes of the older years and the yesteryears. Your wagon was parked in the wrong way or whatever. as a citizen of the state, I'm grateful to see new laws that are trying to respond to the new things that are happening in the world around me. And so I shared that one just for that information. House Bill 368 is probably the longest one. It is really, really long, and it's because when they deal with local land use, they have to deal with the municipal code and the county code. And then this one, they grouped a bunch of things together. They spent a lot of time working on municipal annexations and boundary adjustments and the process required, and so there's a lot of changes in there. They added something for a new definition called identical plans, and they added essentially a fast track and a lesser fee. If there's an applicant that's submitting the same floor site plan 30 times, they're going to get to do it for a lesser fee and a faster process. They relaxed the public hearing and public notice requirements for certain ministerial land use matters, and they essentially leave that up to you to decide what that is. But the best example is if we have a city code that is not in compliance with a new state law, we could make that change in our city code without providing a public hearing. We may still just do the public hearings because we feel like we want to hear the public's voice, but they've essentially created a category of land use decisions where we don't have to do that anymore. And an interesting one, because we've talked about landscaping plans as we did our water conservation work, the law allows the municipality to require a private landscaping plan, but not to withhold building permits or fine. And so we can require it, but there's nothing we can do if they don't submit it. And so that's a really quick summary of probably the longest bill file there.
Do we still do a landscaping plan on new homes? Okay, just trying to remember if I.
It's very basic. The biggest thing is showing us how much turf you intend to put in or how grass. It has to be under the amount.
And almost everybody submits it, but if somebody has a real strong belief against it, state law says we can't do anything if they don't provide it.
Thad, would you mention on 502 the affordable housing component of that?
I'll try, but if you've got a point that you want to mention on it, go ahead.
It's just that there was a part of the money can be used to have affordable housing grants made from using that money. So
Yep.
thought that was an interesting segue into that from that bill.
Yeah, there was a really there was a whole grant section that I thought to be real encouraging.
Yeah.
Where the Department of Transportation was authorized to go issue general obligation bonds up to $70 million. And then they were authorized to use those funds in conjunction with local authorities to construct infrastructure, largely transportation infrastructure, that benefits affordable housing. But that was only limited to counties of the first class, which is not applicable to our county. The TRT amendments did modify the acceptable uses. They added the trails use. The trails had never been explicitly listed as an appropriate TRT expense, and they are now. They added also the option for a local county to enter into an interlocal agreement with your municipality about TRT. And then there's been some criticism of counties and how TRT money gets spent, so they've added an auditing role as well as an annual report that's required. And so we should be able to have more knowledge of what the TRT is doing. House Bill 504, most of you have already been briefed on this because we've asked you to do it already, but they increased the conflict of interest disclosure requirements for candidates. You'll notice that it also applies to anyone that declares a candidacy. They're supposed to be required to submit one of those at the time of declaration. It applies to anyone that's seeking to fill a midterm vacancy. They're supposed to fill out a disclosure at the time of declaring for that midterm vacancy. This bill also clarified an important thing that our city dealt with in the past. It says when a vacancy occurs. And so that vacancy is deemed to have occurred by the mayor on the date of the mayor's resignation letter is submitted, and by a council member on the date that the council member's resignation letter is submitted. That's when the vacancy would become in existence, which would trigger other state laws. House Bill 550, you'll just enjoy. It's one that simply says that the county or the city cannot impose a fee on a water district project if they hire their own qualified inspectors. I don't know that we have any issue with that, but occasionally we see very specific laws for specific reasons. House Bill 563. This regards who writes the titles of ballot initiatives as well as the analyses in the ballot packet for constitutional amendments. You all know the reason why this happened is there was a constitutional amendment narrative that became a real big problem for the legislature at the Utah Supreme Court. After this law goes into effect, instead of the presiding officers of the legislature writing these things, in other words, political folks, they're going to have the general counsel for the legislature write them. Senate Bill 52 looks at vehicle registration modifications and allows the state tax commission to seek to verify the addresses at the locations where those are stored. This is trying to address the problem where somebody from, California has a Utah registration because the fees may be less steep, right? And so if that does happen, they've instituted a penalty and a way to achieve compliance. Senate Bill 80 water fee amendments. This is a new fee. The legislature's directed the Department of Environmental Quality to study the program and cost and charge a fee every year to public water systems. That fee would relate to, the cost of administering the program. Dog liability amendments, because we have some dog issues and discussions. A new law that essentially says that if you're trespassing with criminal intent or criminality and you are injured or killed by someone's dog, that there is not liability there. Senate Bill 178, you all know about, it's the phones in schools prohibition. It really is broader than phones, and it only applies to classroom hours. Senate Bill 195 is another one that has kind of a change to what we used to do, but this is requiring a city within an MPO boundary, which is this city, to consider in their general plan what the legislature calls priority connections with the purpose to remedy physical impediments. And that includes things like water conveyances, as well as trails and bike paths. And so as we renew and restudy our general plan, we're supposed to be looking at that. The most unique one is for water conveyances, that we're trying to prioritize that in our general planning as well. Senate Bill 220, you received a presentation from John, and so I don't need to talk about that one. In the past, I've talked with you about court cases. I'm just going to do two of them that have had relevant happenings recently. The first one has Washington County Water Conservancy District against Washington Townhomes and other landowners. This was a lawsuit filed in 2013 by the development community contesting the impact fees charged by the 2006 Regional Capital Facilities Plan and Impact Fee Analysis of the Water District. Being 10 years old, it's a case with just motions galore and all sorts of procedural things. In the last year, the district court decided to appoint a special master at the request of the property owners. With that, there would be a relaxation in the rules of evidence and the rules of procedure. The water district opposed that. That opposition went to the appeals court, and the appeals court agreed with the water district and said it would be improper to appoint a special master. So that case will stay in the district court and will probably still be around for several more years because of that. The next one is a case that we're waiting for the Utah Supreme Court to rule on. A group of environmental groups filed a lawsuit seeking an order that interprets the Great Salt Lake and imposes so the public trust doctrine is the doctrine that we've heard about rivers and access to rivers, where it says anytime there's a navigable water of the state, there's a place where the public are entitled to be, and then there's a place where private landowners that go up to that get to protect. And this is asking the court to identify essentially a static pool level for the Great Salt Lake under that doctrine. In our state, what that would mean if the court rules that way, it would say that the public has to keep that lake at a certain level of fill of water, so we can't be allowing it to drain or dry up. And then the concern is also how that would then be applied to other lakes in our state, Bear Lake and others that have natural water bodies. And so, any questions? What questions might you have for me?
Thanks, Thad. Jordan, you've got 5 minutes, and we can push it to another meeting if you need more time.
No, I can get it done in 5 minutes. Just for your information, I sent you all a text with some language that I got from the senator who ran the SWIP bill. Mayor was correct. They were unwilling to move even an inch on that. When you talk about the legislative session, when you look at the bills that passed, that doesn't quite tell the whole story. There were this year 910 bills introduced. 583 of them passed, so about 65% of the bills passed. So that other 35%, a lot of those didn't pass because cities like ours stood up and pushed back against them. One of those, actually all of them deal with land use authority. HB 88 would have allowed ADUs on every single residential lot. We saw that as a problem because for example, here in our old downtown, we have large lots that could have a lot of infill and a lot of ADUs built, but the infrastructure wasn't built to handle that population increase. So if you put an ADU on every lot, think of the number of people, the sewer, the strain on the sewer, the streets, all of that infrastructure, would it be able to handle that influx of people? HB 90 was a zoning amendment by Ray Ward. It would have allowed residential housing on commercial property. In a city like ours that's 98% residential, our commercial property is almost sacred at this point. We need that sales tax revenue in order to fund the essential services that our residents expect. And if we take that commercial property and add more residential, that property tax isn't going to pay for the services that we need. And then SB 337 would have created a new agency called the Beehive Agency. It would have been a giant economic development agency where the state could come in and choose 3 projects a year that are significant economic development projects and basically decide what those look like, where they are. They would collect the taxes from those projects. So the state, for example, could come in and take all of Warner Valley and create a giant economic development agency. This bill was introduced and we immediately started pushing back. The league began to negotiate and they got to a point where they would allow the cities to have some input, but we were only given 45 days. If the state were to come to us with one of these projects, they'd only give us 45 days to decide whether or not we wanted to participate. We felt like that still wasn't enough, so Washington City, we actually kind of led the charge on this with the League of Cities and Towns in saying this is too big, too fast, slow it down. We need more local input and cooperation. This could have been, they could have built a nuclear power plant in Warner Valley without any say from the municipality, for example. But that's why they wanted this agency to build big projects like that. And my opinion, I think this is interesting, Thad, is that they probably wanted to be able to do these things without interference from the municipalities and the counties. We pushed back on that.
Without interference means without the residents. Again,
Exactly.
we're where the water meets the storm drain.
Yep. Couple more minutes. Some bills that we watched that didn't pass. There was the local sales tax option for EMS and fire. That bill may be considered, though, in a special session. The legislature will be going into special session in May. This bill would allow you to impose up to a 1/3% of a sales tax to fund specifically fire and EMS. That bill would have been important for our neighbors in Hurricane Valley. HB 450.
Jordan, on that one real quick, and we can go just a little bit over it, but I know our neighbors on the west side of the county are also interested in that, and that's Representative Elis and Bill. Will you just keep us posted if that gets on the special session in May? Because I know that all of the mayors here locally would like to see that.
Yeah.
Because the clock ran out.
It did. It was the bill they were discussing when the clock struck midnight, ran out of time.
And this was the second or third
year
year
that they've tried
and
to
I know
pass
that
this.
the revisions that the Representative Ellison made, it's been refined to the point where it was ready to go.
Yeah, it passed unanimously in the Senate, and only 4 out of 75 voted against it in the House. And then finally, a bill that you've probably all heard about was the Public Sector Labor Union Amendments Bill. It passed. This bill would prohibit collective bargaining among public sector unions and also prohibit public property and public resources being used to organize unions. This bill passed the legislature, And immediately the unions banded together to start collecting signatures to veto the legislature. They need 140,000 signatures statewide to put this on the ballot, and they got 320,000 signatures. So it was impressive. They had only 40 days to do so, 320,000 signatures. So this will most likely be on the general election ballot next year in 2026. And if the voters of the state of Utah vote to override and veto the legislature, I think it will send a message to the legislature that they need to start listening to the residents. But the legislature now gets to defend this bill over the next 18 months and then let the public decide how they feel about it. But our legislators, they really are great people. They did try hard, especially on that bill, but the sponsor of that bill was just unwilling to move an inch. And
So Jordan, I know our legislators are great. I wasn't trying to, I hope I didn't come off that I respect those guys and they do a lot of work and great things for us. I just feel like I don't know how to proceed. Like I'm passionate about it and we have you that does it and works toward presenting my concerns as a councilman moving forward. And I just feel like I haven't been listened to on this bill and I don't know the next steps. I'm half tempted, do we throw out the MS4 altogether and just say, you know what, we don't need this anymore and we're gonna do our own. But I know that's a whole nother nastiness that we don't wanna go down if we don't need to. It's just that's my concern is I don't feel like I know the next steps to go down those roads. Because just because one guy has a bill, sounds like they vetted a whole bunch of stuff with the DOT and all that. But in southern Utah, we're different than northern Utah. And I think they forget that a lot. And the way businesses run here isn't all the way, it's not apples to apples on every scenario. So and I hate that they put one bad apple. You got one city who's doing nothing and we're doing everything we can with the resources we have and we get penalized for it. And then they bring their state auditors down and attack us. And I'm fed up with it. So how do we go to the next step? I don't know. And we don't need to say it now. I'm just saying that's my frustration. Because I think it's a big important, and when a guy says he won't even meet with us because we're little old Washington City, it really frustrates me.
definitely. Yeah, and I think the next step would be banding with other municipalities who feel the same way that we do. There's strength in numbers, and run a bill to, I don't know, change.
How many
or
signatures
repeal
in what period of time?
I know, right? Get some signatures. There we go.
Jordan, thank you. Thad, thank you. That is the last item on our workshop agenda. I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
So made.
Motion by Councilman Belliston. Second by Councilman Coates. We will reconvene at 6 o'clock for our regular meeting. Waiting on one council member, and then we'll get started. (2025). It is 6 p.m. We are in the council chambers at City Hall for our regular council meeting. Our meetings are streamed live and archived at washingtoncity.org/meetings. As is tradition here, we start our meetings with the help of the Interfaith Council. I'd like to invite Lara Fairchild from the Baha'i Faith to come forward, and as she's coming, I will wish her a wonderful Rizvan. Lara.
Thank you very much. This past weekend, we experienced the end of the Jewish holiday of Passover. We experienced Easter Sunday and the first day of Rizvan, which is the king of festivals for the Baha'is. It was rather like the alignment of the planets we had a couple of months ago. It does not happen very often that they all fall on the same day, so it was a particularly wonderful day. This is a prayer for meetings, of all things. O my God, verily these servants are turning to thee, supplicating thy kingdom of mercy. Verily they are attracted by thy holiness and set aglow with the fire of thy love, seeking confirmation from thy wondrous kingdom and hoping for attainment in thy heavenly realm. Verily they long for the descent of thy bestowal, desiring illumination from the Sun of reality. O Lord, make them radiant lamps, merciful signs, fruitful trees, and shining stars. May they come forth in thy servants and be connected with thee by the bonds and ties of thy love, longing for the lights of thy favor. O Lord, make them signs of guidance, standards of thine immortal kingdom, waves of the sea of thy mercy, mirrors of the light of thy majesty. Verily thou art the generous, verily thou art the merciful, verily thou art the precious, the beloved. Amen.
Thank you, Lara. I've asked Councilman Brett Henderson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please follow me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before I call for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined, I'll just make note that we do have need to go to closed session for purchase, exchange, or lease of property and pending or potential litigation.
Make the approval of the agenda as outlined.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor? Aye. The agenda is approved unanimously. Just a few announcements. We are right in the thick of Cotton Days. If you've been outside this week, you've seen the tractors and the second grade field trips. There's one more opportunity for any of us that haven't been there yet to make it over there and thank those volunteers and learn how to make sour gum and sorghum and all the other soap and all the other cool things that they do over there. Cotton Days, the events, I'm just going to highlight a few. Friday is the Cotton Ball at 7 p.m. and then the movie in the park at 8:30 p.m. And then Saturday morning is when all of the primary events kick off. I believe it's at 7 a.m. with the Lions Club breakfast. There's also the 5K at 7 a.m. The parade starts at 9 a.m. For those of us that are in the parade, we should be there at 8 a.m. for the lineup. And then around 10 o'clock is the Cotton Fest, and all the activities go on through to the rest of the day. And then I'll just mention that Sunday evening, I think it's at 6 p.m., we'll have a dedication of the Heritage Hall. So that'll be a really, really cool, really special event. Counselor, are there any other items that I may have missed on announcement that should be brought forward?
So Mayor, I just have one that's kind of an announcement, but we opened the Scale House today at the landfill, the new Scale House. So they said, I didn't get a full answer because it sounded like they were dealing with little things here and there, but it is open now for the public that the new Scale House is open for business.
Fantastic. Soft opening, and then will we do a ribbon cutting there sometime?
And I was going to announce it later, but the ribbon cutting will be June 9th.
Perfect. And then Tara, I'm sure we'll get that on the calendar. Thank you. Anything else, council? We'll move to the next item. This is any declarations of abstentions and conflicts?
Yeah, Mayor, item 5B, I'll be abstaining from.
Duly noted. Anything else? We'll move on to the consent agenda. Item 4A is approval of minutes. This is consideration to approve the minutes from the city council meeting of 4/9/2025.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as outlined.
I have a motion by Councilman Belliston,
Second.
second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved 5-0. We'll move along to award of bid. We have two items. First item is consideration to award the bid of the Washington City Grapevine Substation to BODEC in the amount of $1,406,355.60. Right on cue, Power Director Rick Hansen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This bid is basically for the foundations, ground grid, the control building for the new substation up there by the trailhead. You've all seen the fence. We'll start working inside there. We had 4 bidders attend the pre-bid, only 2 submitted bids. And fortunately, Bodec is the low bid, and their price was maybe slightly higher than what the original estimate was, but as you can see, dramatically lower than the next bidder. So we feel good about that bid. Bodec's done our Staley sub rebuild when we did that, as well as Main Street. They did a great job. Really have no concerns with them at all. So it's in your packet. I don't know if you have any other questions. They're planning on starting probably within a couple weeks and be done probably towards the end of the summer with that part of the project.
So we had 4 bidders,
We had 2 bidders, 4 attended the pre-bid
4
meeting.
attended, 2 bids. The one bid isn't even close. Why do you think that is, that we only got one real considered bid in that?
It's just the bid environment we're in. The project is, in the power world, a pretty small one. And so I don't think it was big enough to attract some of the others. And I don't know if the second place bidder, if he got it, he was gonna do well on it, or it's hard to explain, but and I've talked with Bodec and they're very comfortable and don't have any issues, so.
Well, it's a really nice approach that you're taking there with the materials and kind of piecemealing it out a little bit. So I think it's smart. It saves a lot of taxpayer dollars that way.
And our goal is, after this project, the crews want to do the rest of the construction in-house. So we'll stack the steel, we'll do the bus work, the relays and whatnot. So this should be the main part of the outside work that we have done on the project.
Council, if there's no additional questions for the Power Director, I'd call for motion to award the bid of the Washington City Grapevine Substation to Bodec in the amount of $1,406,355.60.
So moved. Second.
All right, there's no other way to solve this but by rock, paper, scissors.
No, I'll second.
All right, okay. Sorry, sometimes we have to at least make it kind of light. I have a motion by Councilman Bellison, a second by Councilman Coates. This is award of bid, so let's go roll call on this. We'll start with Councilmember Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates. Ivy. Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. Well done, good work.
Okay.
Thanks, Rick. The next bid on your agenda, council, is consideration to award the bid for the Washington City Solente Water Transmission Line reroute to Feller Enterprises in the amount of $1,396,778.45. Lester, can they not start rounding these?
It seems like,
And I
Every
won't, and I
single bid
promise
that we
not to
do,
call you the resident rock star again. I'll just call you by your official title, which is the Public Works Assistant Director, Lester Dalton. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. And Mayor, it seems like every single bid that we do, we always get one bidder that does come in as 0-0. It's kind of nice. And since I've been here, we have had one bid that it came down to them pennies.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, all right.
That's been about 20 years ago. It was an interesting bid opening because everybody was waiting to hear the cents.
Comes down to the pennies sometimes. Okay.
Okay, hopefully, Mayor and Council have had an opportunity to look at the briefing document. We actually had a really good bid environment for this project. I was very satisfied with the turnout and the bids that we did receive. We received 9 bids, and it was extremely close for the dollar amount we're talking about. The low 2 bids were within 2% of each other. We have worked with Feller Enterprises in the past. We feel like they're qualified to do the job. And I'm sure council's aware of this particular project. It's the replacement of the major transmission facilities that come through the Solente development to get them in a more appropriate, better environment to carry us well into the future. I'll be happy to answer any questions the council may have. Just as a little bit of a financial update on this project, part of this bid, we will be installing a few of the improvements related to the development for some storm drain crossings, stuff like that, just so we don't have conflicts, other components along the way causing potential impacts to the facilities. The developer is on board. They will be reimbursing us for all of them costs. That reimbursement will be in the vicinity of $140,000.
Okay.
So is that part of this bid tab too, or is that
It
gonna be
is.
separate?
It's included there. It's included as part of the bid, but the developer reimbursement, as of the current bid dollars, the developer reimbursement would be $137,200.
And that would be less this dollar amount,
Correct,
because this dollar amount includes all those improvements.
correct.
Right, so the actual true bid's in the $1,250,000 range.
In that vicinity, right. Overall on this project, once we lump the materials bid, engineering, inspection services, all of the other components associated with that, our overall cost is gonna be $2.584 million, barring whatever change orders we may have with the project.
So we had previously bid for the pipe with Ferguson Waterworks. We did that
Correct.
because we have an impending cost increase. Is that correct?
Yes, and everybody's in a big hurry to get the word out on this, to try and avoid whatever we can from the tariffs perspective.
But that price is locked in at the $853,000.
So that prior approval adds onto this, and that brings us up to the $2.5 million?
Yes, with the prior approval, engineering costs, geotechnical costs, we're providing a meter that we'll purchase ourselves. And then we had some reimbursements to get across one of the roadways in the development that it was imminent, they needed to get that crossing in, so we'll be reimbursing them for that cost. But the overall project cost as it sits today is $2.584.
9 bidders.
9 bidders.
And again, like we did on the substation, we went out and bought the materials, the pipe this time.
The bulk of it, we bought the bulk of the materials.
Great. Council, further discussion, comment, or is someone ready to take a stab at a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we award the bid for the Washington City Solente Water Transmission Line reroute to Feller Enterprises in the amount of $1,396,778.45.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Belliston. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Henderson.
Aye.
Coates. Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Item 5B is approved unanimously on a vote of 4-0 with Councilmember Coates abstaining. Next item on the agenda is an ordinance. This is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-25-07 from R110 to R18, located approximately at 4200 South and Crimson Cliffs Way. The applicant is S&S Homes, Community Development Assistant Director Eldon Gibb, who is sitting in the captain's chair tonight, will present to the council on this. Go ahead, Eldon.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just pulled up the exhibit here. You can see that's the concerning property. Kind of hard to see. Let me switch maps. It is that highlighted property there. Requested change is from the current zoning of R110 to a proposed R18. Request is for the purpose of developing the property into a residential development. This particular location has a general plan land use designation of medium density, which was updated on February 26th. Density is outlined in the general plan as providing 4.5 to 6 units per acre and supports the R18 zoning designation. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is RA half to the north, which has bonus density, R110 and R18 to the east, R110 to the south, and RA1 to the west. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined, and the Planning Commission reviewed this request on April 16th, 2025, and recommended approval with a 3-1 vote of Z-25-07 for the zone change request from R110 to the proposed R18, and that's based on the findings as stated in staff report. That concludes staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Council, any questions for Eldon?
No, that was what when they did the general plan, that was the plan that we proposed was R18. So glad to see that it came through that way.
Agree. If there's no further discussion on this item,
I can make a motion.
I'm happy to call for a motion. Go ahead, Councilman Ivy.
Make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-25-07 from R110 to R18, located approximately 4200 South and Crimson Cliff Way.
Motion by Councilman Ivy, second by Councilman Belliston. Let's go roll call on this. Councilmember Coates? Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Belliston?
Aye.
And Henderson.
Aye.
Item 7A is approved unanimously, 5-0. 6A. We'll move on to item 7A. This is consideration to approve a resolution amending the Washington City Handbook. We had a riveting discussion about these updates to the handbook about an hour and a half ago. If you missed that, you'll have to go back and watch it on YouTube. Jeremy, will you give us the Reader's Digest version before the council votes on these revisions?
I will, Mayor. If anyone needs to sleep tonight, go back to YouTube and listen to me go over the employee handbook for a half hour. It'll help a lot. We went through it in the work meeting. We're updating sections 15.3, which is continuing education and job training, and also section 18.3, accident and incident reporting. And I think we covered it, so unless you...
Could you just clarify the preferred parking angle or direction?
Preferred parking direction into your parking spot.
Which doesn't sound like it would be safer, but apparently...
Most of our accidents happen backing out and other people backing towards them. So it is apparently safer.
There's more where that came from if you want to go back and watch the recorded version.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. We approve the resolution amending the Washington City Employee Handbook as presented to us in the work session meeting and this evening.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Ivy, and a third by Councilman Belliston. We are going to get this one approved. We'll go roll call on this, beginning with Councilmember Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson, Belliston, Henderson,
Aye.
And Coates.
Aye.
Is a unanimous approval, 5-0. Council, with your blessing, I would like to run items 7B through 7H, which are all resolutions. I'd like to run that discussion concurrently. We discussed each of these items on April 9th during our regular meeting, and we considered each of the applications. You've had a couple of weeks to review those. And so what we'll do, I'll just kind of set a little bit of the table. We have, if you're kind of doing that math and translating from letters to numbers, we have 7 RAP applications. I'm going off memory, I didn't redo the math, but we had $161,000 in asks, and the amount that the council had budgeted for RAP allocation during this budget period is $50,000. So we've got our work cut out for us, and I think we have a pretty good idea where most of you are here for. And I know we all love Tuacahn, but we can't. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm just trying to break a smile here. We have such somber faces. This is a tough crowd tonight. So council, I think I'll just open it up for us to kind of have these conversations concurrently. Once we kind of feel like we have a direction from the council, then I'll run through and we'll vote on each of these 7 items sequentially.
Mayor, can I start things off?
Lead off batter. Go ahead, Coach Ivy, or Councilman Ivy.
So Mayor, Council, what I think might help a little bit here with eliminating one of the applicants is we all have voiced unanimous support for the Washington City Concert Band. So I think if we were to address them, and I would make a suggestion, Mayor, that going forward, that we maybe have a line item so this group doesn't need to keep coming back year after year. We appreciate what they do in our city, but just that one is a little bit of an outlier for the rest. If we were to deal with that one and then look at the other ones, however you outlined the meeting is fine.
I like that recommendation. Council, your feedback on that item?
I would just like clarification on how much they need, because they asked for a certain amount and then we were told they needed less. I just want to make sure we're covering. I mean, the max they asked for was $2,500. I'm just trying to understand what that actual fee would
and
be.
I wasn't going to do this because I don't want to open it up, but I am going to ask Sarah Lang to come forward because I do have a specific question for her. She's with the Washington City Band. She plays the saxophone. She plays it wonderfully.
Hello. Hi, friends.
Sarah.
Hi.
So the Washington City Band is a wonderful addition.
Thank you.
It brings so much to our community. We love it. Historically, and that's grown, right? We have a large group now.
Yes.
And while historically you have rehearsed in the old gym,
Mhm.
now Heritage Hall, you've almost outgrown that. And now where are you rehearsing?
We are rehearsing at Crimson Cliffs High School as they can accommodate us. We're
Okay.
in their band room.
Okay, and there is a cost associated with that, correct?
Yes, yes. We are having to rent that as the facility fee for renting any school. So they give us a cheaper rate for their band room, and then we try and rent out their auditorium for our concerts.
So with that going forward, does your need remain 2,500? Because I don't anticipate Heritage Hall being available like it historically has been. So we want to continue to support, at least I believe the council wants to continue to support like we have. Is the 2,500 still the need to be able to accommodate the rehearsal and the performances?
So in the future, probably. This year, we ended up with a little bit of an extra surplus that we didn't anticipate. So as you know, I don't like to ask for more than we can use. But we did end up having to rent that facility the entire year. We go from September to May. So we did end up having to rent that the whole time. Next year, we anticipate we should be okay. And so I think I know I had talked to you guys last time that we would be fine with like 1,500 and that would cover us. But in the future, that could put us really close because as you know, we do ask for dues from our members. And so we do pay about that much into it, but music is expensive and rental space is expensive.
Councilman Coates, your thoughts on this?
My thoughts, I just want to make sure you're covered. You've always been a good partner with us and you asked for a small amount, and so we want to make sure you're covered. I'm not opposed to working something out
where they come, but they don't come every year because they don't need it. So I like to leave it in the wrap text because that's what I think this intent is. These are small amounts, we can work with those. And so I would just ask, if you're asking for 2,000, that's fine. I just need to know, what do you need this year? And then next year we can address next.
This year, we're asking for 15. We had, 1,500, not 15,000, 1,500. We got a new secretary this year and she came in a little late. And so we talked about it on paper or like outside of it. And she was like, I did it. And she sent it in and forgot to change those numbers. So our original ask was 25, but after we crunched some numbers, we actually wanted to.
Is it a burden to apply every year? I like Councilman Ivy's idea of making a budget item because this is one of the recurring that we just continue to fund. And sometimes if you can put those into the budget under wrap, it makes sense. But I also appreciate Councilman Coates' comments that he likes to see these and likes the process.
I'm okay with applying for it every year. I think it's
Councilman
good
Ivy, your
because it
thoughts on
does.
that?
No, if it's, that's something that's not burdensome. Is there any other details in your need? Like, is it just space? Is that the major
The main
concern
one
that you
is
have?
space. Since we no longer are at the now Heritage Hall, we need storage space. So we're also renting a very small storage unit out at Bear River Storage. It has to be climate controlled. And again, music is expensive and we're not buying anything, but we're renting space. And that's mostly what our expenses are right now. And our dues are $50 a member per year. So
Does that, renting that space, does that 1,500 help cover that?
we got a county wrap tax and that's what covered that this year.
Okay, so.
Okay.
So.
You would
yeah.
tell us if you needed more.
Yeah, absolutely. And probably not a penny more than that.
Okay.
I feel like my feelings align with Councilman Coates. I think it's like a good process to have, every applicant for the wrap tax come in every year because like you said, it seems like your expenses change from year to year. And so it's a good, you go through your expenditures and then,
It's nice to check in, remind you of our concerts, see you at Cotton Days.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good discussion. So I think we have kind of a consensus there. I'm feeling, council.
I'm gonna leave you now.
Go rehearse. No, I'm just teasing. All right. Councilman Ivy, you want to take another swing or do you want to go down the batting order a little bit?
I'm happy to make a motion if the.
Do we want to have let's go through all the items
okay.
and then have a full discussion and then we'll run through the votes
I'll give somebody
sequentially.
else a turn.
All right, who's batting the 2 slot? Anybody want to take a stab at one?
I can start on Tuacahn. I think they're a good partner, but I just don't think with the funds we've asked, I think we should eliminate them this year and maybe next time we can address them.
Okay.
That's my thought on Tuacahn.
Any further discussion or are we in agreement on that one, council?
I agree with Councilman Coates.
Okay. All right. Who's in the 3rd hole?
Feel similarly with Southwest Symphony. Appreciate all they're doing.
Okay.
But, they're in a St. George City entity and they have a city that they can go and deal with, city and a county, right?
Okay. Any further discussion on that or are we in agreement, council?
agree.
Okay. Who's batting in the cleanup spot? Henderson? You're a baseball guy.
I kind of feel the same about Encore Performing Arts.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say every one of these causes are worthwhile, okay? But we have limited funds, and so it's kind of hard to, because all of these are worthwhile causes, but we kind of have to get the best bang for the buck for the people in Washington, and that's kind of what we're up against. And so some of these we've given money to in the past, but at least I'm kind of feeling like there's a couple of things on here that I want to put more limited funds towards, at least this time around. And this is ongoing, so every year, is it every year or every 6 months? Every year we can, relook at things, but anyway, so I'd say, Encore Performing Arts, I think we've given to them in the past, but I think this time around, maybe not, at least that's how I feel, so.
Thank you, Councilman. Council, feedback on that, or are we in agreement?
I agree.
Okay. And we're in the 5 hole. That's with the Crimson Cliffs Mustangs softball team. and they're having a pretty good year. They're kind of peaking at the right time, Councilman Casperson, but the 5 slot is the girl that's hitting the home runs.
Oh, wow.
So why don't you
Fair
lead off
enough.
on the next item?
I guess I have a couple of questions about the museum. Like, how does that work with, that are there with the city? Like, does the city need to look at what needs to be happening there? I just don't know the process for that. I wasn't aware. I just wonder if the city needs to do something to address some of those things, or do we handle it through the RAP tax, or
So,
how does that process
Jeremy,
look?
maybe I'll start, Jeremy, and then you can fill in the holes. Okay, so first of all, I really like what's happening with the museum right now, and I feel like with the way that we regrouted the exterior, the way that you approved the funding for the regrouting the exterior, and you've already approved the additional exterior lighting to match the Heritage Hall. So I think that really appropriately becomes a landmark, kind of that anchor corner for what we're trying to do with the downtown. So I love that. But to kind of address some of the parts of your comments and your question is, the city does own that building, but we do have a lease with the Historical Society currently, and we anticipate that going forward. And they have, as I've read the application, and we can ask for clarification, but as I can tell, they've asked for 48,000. But what I really like about this ask is they looked like, and George can nod one way or another if I'm correct, but they're bringing in a 100% match. So they've got the 48,000, and then they're asking for a match. And the other thing that I like about it is it's a very common sense, practical ask for RAP money, and it is appropriate for RAP to be used for these kind of things. But there's some really nice wood flooring. There's some other flooring improvements that need to be, so they were specific on their application about the flooring. They were specific on the application about improving that entrance, including a needed ADA ramp. And then when I was able to be there with George and Kathy, and they showed me around, there are some legitimate plumbing and electrical needs. So I feel like just from a practical standpoint, this is a very appropriate ask. Now, Jeremy, as a good city manager, expound on or fill in anything that I may have missed.
Be appropriate if I had a strong feeling about another application that we talk about that now, because I think where we're heading is that we want to have extensive conversations about the Youth Council and the Historical Museum. Would it be okay if I just spoke to C on the list?
Absolutely. Just real quick, Jeremy, will you just fill in anything I may have missed on the museum?
No, I just clarify the museum lease, they lease everything inside the walls. So we take care of the exterior, we take care of the windows, all those kind of things. So really, when you look at the handicap accessibility and some of those things, those could certainly just be ours that we would want to take care of. But it's a legitimate request for those things inside, because it is not prioritized doing a large remodel. But yeah.
I mean, can I ask and I agree, if it's our building as a city, right? The public owns the building, shouldn't we use this money to go improve like the handicap ramp? And then, like, can we allocate these to the specific things that we want? I know we can allocate however we want. And the way I'm looking at it is, okay, if our building needs these improvements, combined with their improvements that they want to do for the inside, I think it's a benefit to the community as a whole. But that's where I'm trying to decide the way, but go ahead.
A little bit different. It is our building, which normally they do it through the RAP tax app, just prioritize our own funding. But specifically the handicap ramp I like, because right now the only way that somebody can access the building who's handicapped is through the remodeled Heritage Hall side that we've built. It's a little bit, it's fine, it works, but it's a little difficult for people to access it that way.
So I kind of see the museum being a little bit different than this application, right? Because we budgeted 50 grand for, arts and things like that in the community. But, as was said, we cover RAP for improvements that we own. So it's almost like this is somewhat should or shouldn't be part of this, this discussion, it ought to be a separate budget opening or a separate discussion
See, and
elsewhere.
you make a good point, Councilman, because there are some cases where where the manager does budget line items on RAP. For example, when we have playground equipment or those other types of things that need to be maintained or replaced or updated. So I see your point. Are you making the point between the application for this versus what would just normally be budgeted?
No, I'm just I guess I'm just sensitive to it. I mean, I understand where they're coming from. You know, it is a scenario. They're asking for some improvements that typically a landlord wouldn't necessarily take care of. So I don't know.
I think that in our scenario where we normally take care of a building, Heritage Hall, we run it through our own RAP tax funding outside of this program, but we also manage the repairs and the upgrades like we did with that, or like we would do with a baseball field or new park equipment. And so I would recommend that maybe we don't just take the 48,000 and write a check to the Historical Society, but if that's the direction we want to go, we would coordinate our side, we would build it through our own RAP tax funding, and we would not just write them a check, but we would do our half, managed by the city, if that's the direction that we.
Is there a breakdown on the improvements on what would be interior and exterior costs? And
It looks like I don't have a breakdown, but you're talking about wood floors, some walls, electrical plumbing, and then the outside handicap ramp. I'm guessing that handicap ramp is probably the cost, if I had to get the rest or
But
inside.
it's 25. But I'm just gonna make this comment, because I didn't like it, but we paved our parking lot out back tax, and I was against that because I thought it was a stretch with RAP tax. And I know we have that prerogative because it was attached to Heritage Hall.
And Veterans Park.
And I could see where you made the strings, but I thought it was a stretch, my personal opinion. But again, we don't always have to agree.
I don't disagree, aside from the fact, I think Heritage Hall was almost entirely paid for with RAP, wasn't it?
Go easy on
Yeah.
me, guys, come on.
But it was the plan. Well, it's not.
I'm just
Council
teasing.
voted on, I'm just saying, like Heritage Hall, we allocated money for a space for a lot of years, and we saved up, and we were able to do it there. Again, I'm not saying it was, I just, again, felt like it was a stretch in my opinion, but I don't see this as any different than improving the Heritage Hall to that. Besides, we have a leasee who, with them because they do a great job and do it, but it's not like we're receiving funds from the leasee.
Well, that's not entirely true. I think we get $1 a year.
Okay, so we get $1 a year, but I'm just saying, like,
It's gonna take a while to pay off.
So-
I guess all I'm saying is in a typical commercial entity, if you had a leasee, they're paying into that, which goes to some of those things, and they don't have that ability because they're in the way they're set up, and they shouldn't have to, and I'm glad we can do it the way we do it. I'm just saying, so sometimes I just don't want to sit and take away from our other funds when I think it's appropriate on this line item to potentially.
Well,
take from
I think
our
that's the
50,000.
distinction that Councilman Bellison was getting at, and while I appreciate your comments, I'm going to respectfully disagree with the parking, because to me, this whole area is a recreation, arts and parks area, but your point is well taken, that could potentially look like a different area. Should we put a little pause on that one for a minute? I think we know that we like it. I think the question is, where does it come from? Does it come through the grant program, or does it come through a separate line item maybe on a budget opening or something like that? Councilman Ivey, I put you on hold for just a minute you're batting again in the 6th hole.
So Mayor, I just wanted to talk about 7C, the application from Southern Utah and Media Arts. And again, we recognize the value in all these applications. We really do. It's just that, times are tough even in cities. We don't have, monies for everything. And so in consideration of our appreciation for them, that is one of the applications that I would say that we wouldn't fund this year.
Okay. Feedback on Councilman Ivey's comments?
I agree.
Okay. And that was an $18,000 ask, if I remember correctly. Okay, and then is that all of the RAP applications that we had discussed, all of them? I think we might have. Just out of curiosity, how many in this room knew Quentin Nyson? Raise your hand. How many of you knew Garth Nyson? I'm just teasing. Hi, Garth. Welcome, by the way. And Bob next to you. I see you both. Let's talk about item 7B. This is consideration to approve a resolution distributing the Recreation, Arts, and Parks to the Washington State Youth Council, who is the applicant with their advisor Carmen Snow, for a statue memorializing someone we all hold very dear to our hearts, and that is former mayor and just amazing man, Quentin Nyson. The ask on that one is $50,000. There's a $10,000 contribution that looks to be made that would make up the total of $60,000. Carmen can't quite keep her arm down. Did those numbers change? Yes. Why don't you just from right there, will you just tell me without me giving you the mic? Will you just tell me the? Absolutely, I'm afraid to give you them. I might not get it back, but we love you, Carmen.
Because we feel that we've got citizens, we've got people that will come forward, they already have.
How much do you think that the public, the greater public?
I think they'll do the majority of it.
I mean.
But what we're requesting, we'd really like to see is the location.
Okay.
And we've kind of got a diagram that we'd like to show you what we're looking for.
So I love that you've come prepared with the diagram, and let me just share some information. There will be an appropriate time for that specific conversation to happen, but let me on a general level, being consistent with the agenda and the line items, here's what I can tell you, is when the city purchased the property on the southeast corner of Main and Telegraph, Quentin and Gwen's home and where the hardware store, et cetera, and we paid fair market value for that. But one of the stipulations in that is that we would do our best to find a spot within the downtown remodel for something to commemorate Quentin Nyson. So that's going to happen. That aside, concurrently right now, we have an RFP/RFQ, request for proposal, request for qualifications on a revitalization of those three corners of our downtown that are anchored now by the museum. The RFQ is written such that a committee of city staff, including council representation, and the group that is awarded that RFQ will design that together. So in the context as that unfolds with the design, we will recognize that is something that we agreed to with the family and also something that we want to do and that the community wants to do. Does that help? And I'm happy to look at those later. It's just that tonight's not the right context for the location. We would just be out in front of our skis on that. But now I want to get back to what you brought up initially, was just the funding. I mean, if you're willing to give $1,000 out of your own pocket, raise your hand. I know I am. And I see Bob is, Garth even. I see Mayor Cloven, a few of us. So we've got $5,000 or $6,000 already down there. What are the numbers that you're thinking? The balance. That's good feedback. Okay, council, discussion.
So what I like about this one is, I think when the RAP was put together back in the day, 11, 12 years ago, Art Around the Corner was the inspiration behind it and the different art pieces that St. George has been doing. And so whether it's a statue or whether it's an art piece or something like that, I think that fits within it. And it's something that will stand the test of time, that people, get to enjoy over time. It's not money gets paid and then it's consumed that year, and it's consumed by a relatively small group, depending on what their organization is. The only thing I struggle with on this one is just the fact that the ask between the couple of them is more than the 50,000. And I don't think that it would be appropriate to approve any number higher than 50,000 today without, going into another meeting and having a conversation about expanding that, because that was pretty well defined and set by the council, right?
Oh, I think what you're saying, and don't
I
let
just
me,
think it's a different conversation. We can't approve
short of a separate budget
everything
opening.
short of a separate budget opening or a separate,
Understood.
separate conversation.
You're right.
So I'll address, I think Quentin Nison's, I think it's a great idea. I think my struggles are, we purchased 2 statues that we didn't pay full, we contributed to 2 statues, let's say that, just recently. And when I look at these statues, it's not just the statue we have to pay for sometimes. It's all, look at the George Washington we opened. It's a great statue, but we spent a couple $100,000 for that square for a statue. And I'm not saying that there's just other costs associated once you purchase the statue that we have to do as well as a city if it goes on a city property. So that's where I just felt like it was maybe a little too early on the Quentin Nison because of those reasons. I'm not saying I'm against it. I just, again, and I agree with the 50,000. If we can work between the two, we're down to 2 applicants minus the band. As long as we're under that 50,000, then I'm comfortable with it. But that's my concern is do it. And I love that the public wants to help contribute, right? I think that's what we should be doing on these projects. But that's kind of where I'm at, is we just can't forget about the cost that it costs the city as well to put it somewhere as well. There's landscaping, those kind of things to make it beautification. If we can get with the RFP group, when we get them selected, it might be just part of what they want to do, and it saves the taxpayers money when a private developer develops those corners into those things. So that's why I felt like it was just a touch too early for me.
Can I ask a
Councilman
question?
Belson.
Carmen?
Sure. Carmen, can I invite you to the mic? Now, no clapping, no clapping. We don't let public clamor.
Okay, my mouth's really dry, I'm sorry, but there is a rush on this, just for the fact that it's a very important statue, and we want a statue done correctly and beautifully and capture who we want captured. In fact, Jerry Anderson has done our statues. Jerry Anderson turned 90 years old in February. I went to him after I talked to the city, after I talked to the youth council, told him all about Quentin, what a wonderful man, how he brought the community together, what he did, he made the community, and he put the community into our hearts. And if you're a community, everything's gonna go well. And the youth loved the idea, and that's how come I says, well, I'll put a wrap tax out. I says, but they don't bid on it until late in May. And so I said, so I'll call Jerry Anderson to see if he'd even do it for us. Guess what he told me? No. He says, I did my last one. I did the Cannon one for the city of St. George.
Well, hold on a second. I have to pause you right there, Carmen, because I talked to Stephen Wade the other night at the George Washington Plaza ribbon cutting, and he told me specifically that nobody says no to Carmen.
Well, evidently, he called me back a little bit later and said, yes. But with a stipulation. He says, I've got to get started on it now. I have no idea what my life is going to be or where I'm going to be in a few months. And so I gave him the go-ahead. I went to the Nisons and I found pictures of Quentin, and then Sherry and I took them over to him. He drew some sketches, and that's not right. That's not quite right. And then I remembered a picture that Kurt Ivey gave me. He took a picture of Quentin the last day before the store closed, and he drew that picture. And you cannot believe it. He's even put the twinkle in his eye. It looks just like Quentin. And yes, the statue is going to be bronzed. It's already being bronzed. It's going to be done on July 4th. Boys, come forward. We know we don't know where it's going. We had an idea.
I'm sorry, council. I've been able to handle any crowd for almost 4 years. This is the first time I've let it get out of hand. I apologize.
Well, I'm not telling you, I'm not trying to go into a lot of, I had more detail here. I'm going very rapidly, and Sherry's here to support me. But we want to celebrate because Quentin was known for, and we're going to have a welcome home party on the 4th of July, homecoming on the 4th of July. The statue will be there. We don't know where it's going to be. The cost is not going to be that much. We want to do a stand that has the same rock like on the schoolhouse.
Yeah.
And anyway, we don't look at a lot of money. We don't look like something that we did for George Washington. We're just looking for a pedestal. And if it was on the corner, you know, those horrible electric lights, the things, you can wrap those and make them look like they're the rock instead of green sticking up there in the middle of nowhere. Anyway,
Hey,
we want this. I
Carmen.
know you're going to cut me off,
Carmen,
but it's okay.
If-
It's done.
are you
It's gonna happen.
talking about with those electrical and utility boxes? Are you talking about WRAP instead of just RAP?
I don't know what.
That's a
Yeah,
bad pun.
yes.
That's a bad pun because we're talking wrap and
Wrap,
wrap. There's
yeah,
just a
you know
W on
me,
those
my
other ones.
I'm gonna add some.
Okay, so I love the presentation. I'm not convinced that we're going to have a space ready by the 4th of July.
But
Okay, maybe 4th of July 2026. I'm not convinced we're going to have the space ready.
we've got.
Now, my counsel's here too. This is just me speaking from knowing where we are.
I'm not Carmen, but I'm close. And I'm going to share something. I asked Mayor Randall the other night at the George Washington statue, I said, do you have a Carmen and a Sherry in your city? And she said, yeah, the Parks Department. So she said, if I had a Carmen and a Sherry in my city, I would be thrilled. So just be thrilled we're here. But I just want to say, you guys, I was at council meeting a month or so ago when you put out the bid for whoever to create the downtown. In my opinion, and I bet everybody behind me, they can't cheer, so don't cheer. But in our opinion, that's when the design of where this is going to go should be added to that design. That should be on Quentin's corner, part of the design.
So I guess, and I explained that, let me clarify that. When we select our partner on that, we are already committed to memorializing Quentin Nyson in one way or another. We just haven't determined the spot yet. The RFQ for the downtown revitalization closes around July 4th. And then there's months of design. I mean, when we're trying to get this right, I just don't want us to
Well,
to
we have
rush.
option B.
I
We
would
won't
rather
share
have
yet,
it
but
done
we do have
the right way at the right time. But I understand exactly what you're saying. And honestly, seeing Jerry the other night, I would have never guessed that he's 90 years old. I mean, he looks wonderful.
Well, he cleaned up really well last
And I don't think any of this council is really pushing back on their love for Quentin Nyson or on the idea of honoring him. It's just, this is the process and that we have to go through.
One of the sad parts to me, and I'm going to excuse the word sad, is when I hear of your committee you have, your committee is staff and council. We have a whole bunch of people in this community that love, and you all represent the voices of the people behind us. That's who you represent. So hear their voices is all I'm saying, is hear their voices,
Sherry,
please.
thank you. The RFQ is a discussion for another day,
Yep.
and there is a process, and we do absolutely involve and include residents' feedback and residents' vision.
Good.
I think what I'd like to do right now is just keep the conversation focused on the RAP application for the funding. I don't need to be lectured on how we do the process for the downtown. Carmen, what other comments do you have with respect to the statue?
If we've got the statue done and we could put it in a temporary place, would that be okay with the city? Like, I know down to the Relief Society building, they said we could put it there on the corner. You could always move it, you know? We don't need to have a big elaborate thing, but we just want to have him there.
Okay.
If that's a consideration. But like the money for for Quentin. Like I said, we are going to try and get the majority. And we've got quilt ladies already raffling off quilts for us. We've got people working behind the scenes.
So I want to ask you one question that I know, actually, you go first, Councilman Belliston.
Well, I guess that was gonna be my question, right? Because there's two parts to it. There's the purchase of the statue and then the, you know, the cost of, you know, setting it up, installing it, everything else. Is it easily set up in a temporary location to where it can be moved? Or, I mean, I don't know what's involved with them, what kind of a base they have on them. You know, certainly you don't want to have something that.
We'll make sure that it's easy and we'll put it you know, very simple, but he's there and aware of people, you know, the people can see him. And I just think with the 250th coming around, that's going to be all of next year. That's what it's going to be focusing on. So we just wanted to focus on Quentin this year prior to. Does that kind of click a little bit?
Well, I think Quentin Nyson, with his story with, you know, World War II and everything else, I don't think anything screams Americana more than he does. So whether it's this year or next, and we understand why you acted the way you did with regards to getting out in front of the statue. I don't think that's a question. Let me kind of maybe drill down a little bit on Councilman Belliston question there. You know, just within regards to cost. So right now, the request or the application is for there to be $10,000 public funding and a $50,000 ask. And that $50,000 right now is the entire amount that this council has budgeted for RAP grants, to use Jeremy's term.
Right.
So can you, and before I gave you the mic, can you tell us what we're talking about in terms of what is the ask? What is the community partnership? For example, one of the things that was compelling about the museum application was that it was a dollar for dollar match. In fact, the dollar for dollar match was exactly the way that the old gym was built onto the school, right? Everybody in the community came and pitched in. We might remember, you know, Charles Petty from Hurricane, who was on the school board, said, "I've just succeeded in securing you a gym onto the back of your beautiful schoolhouse." Ring the bell, and it's a dollar for match. Everybody get your wallets out. So I think there's something uniting and beautiful about an entire community being a part of something who helped shape the community more than anybody else. So I don't mean to put you on the spot, but frankly, you're the spokesperson for this project. Okay. So I'm pressing a little bit, and if you're kind of reading between the lines with the dollar for dollar, there's some significance, historical significance in that approach. 100 years ago in Washington City, another project was done on a dollar for dollar match.
Right. I think we would do a dollar for dollar match. But if you don't have the dollar, we will do more. Does that even help at all? Do you see what I'm trying to say? And it could go towards not maybe the statue, but to when you find the place that you want it to be.
Because I'm confident, Sherry, that we're gonna find the right spot.
I am too.
And we'll know it. You'll know it. I'll probably call you and you'll say, yes, this is the spot.
Well, I was reading an article that was written in 2007 when we did the 150 celebration, and they were interviewing Sherry. She was a chairperson.
And there's Mayor Clove that was leading that up.
And she was the chairperson, and she says, one thing I want to see is someday a Quentin Nyson on the corner of Washington welcoming people back to town like he always did. And I read that, and Sherry didn't tell me this. I read it. I didn't even know anything about it until I was reading, because I'm in the museum a lot. I'm reading a lot of stuff. And so then I just got thinking about it, and then I got some calls from some citizens that says, we've got all these statues, but the one we need more than anything is the statue of Quentin Nyson. And that just set that seed, and I went forward, and that's what got this all going to begin with. And that was 18 years ago, and it's been 18 years.
Councilman Henderson, then Councilman Belliston.
So I love the statue idea. I love it a lot. And well, let me tell a story that I told last week or 2 weeks ago, okay, about Quentin. So my grandma, and this is the second time you've heard it, some of you, but my grandma in the probably mid to late 70s, was cooking breakfast one Sunday morning and didn't have eggs. So she called Quentin and said, Quentin, could you open your store? I know it's Sunday. Could you open your store for 5 minutes? I just need to get some eggs. And Quentin said, sure, come on up. So my grandma went up to the store. He opened it up. She went in there, got the eggs. She reached into her purse to pay Quentin, and Quentin said, Phyllis, this is the Sabbath day. I'm not going to charge you for these eggs. Those are a gift for you. And so I remember my grandma telling me that story when I was a kid, and that story's always stuck with me. So he was a great man of faith and a wonderful, kind man. So I love this idea of the statue. I also love the idea of the updating of the museum, both great things to do. So my preference is, we've got both of these things that are worthwhile, to spend our money on. I completely understand why you pulled the trigger on this, because, Brother Anderson is, 90 years old. And so, but the timing of the funding, we're just kind of wrestling with that. Is there somebody that could float the cost of this statue
It's
for a
already been
while?
floated.
Okay, until we kind of figure out the funding. Because maybe what we do is, instead of splitting the baby between the 50,000 tonight, maybe what we do is, say we fund the museum tonight.
I agree.
Because they, will match our dollar for dollar. And then maybe what we do is, between now and next time, we get the community together, we find out how much money we can, raise and go towards the statue. And then we meet again and we say, okay, the community's made this much money, can the city give us another 10,000 or another 15 or, whatever it is. Maybe the community comes up with all the money. I'm willing to donate. I know a lot of people are.
Well,
so.
we just know
I'm going to
that,
volunteer Councilman Belliston and Councilman Ivy to donate.
yeah, I know they will. Anyway, he already did. He donated really big for Melinda, and thank you again for that.
I know.
But what we can float the money. That's not a problem. We can float the money. And we've got the money we're getting paid for, and then we'll work to get it all covered.
And we can find the right
But I think we need to have
location.
something in something that we know we've got something there.
So what I'm thinking is, if we have to do a temporary location, I think the idea of the Relief Society House is a good idea. We'd have to find out what the engineering is for the base, and maybe we just pour a hunk of concrete with some steel in it and put it there for a year or something, or 18 months until we can,
And then
we have to go through the process with this downtown, and whatever
And that
developer
makes
we
sense.
choose to work with, this is going to be part of the design. And I love the idea of him welcoming people into the city, but we kind of have to wait and, we don't know exactly what this downtown's going to shape up to be, but that's going to be a big part of it, the statue.
And then we've got one other suggestion.
Okay,
It's not
really
really-
quick, Councilman Belliston, then Councilman Casperson.
I want to hear the suggestion first.
You
if
know,
that's okay.
where it says Washington City Museum, water wagon.
The one that we just had repainted as part
Yeah,
of.
but we could put him right there by it,
Okay.
temporarily.
Okay.
It would look fabulous. And I already talked to George. George says yes. Didn't you, George? And anyway, that's another idea. We've got ideas.
I'm looking for that nod, George. Did you say yes? Here, rather than,
I think so too.
so that could potentially, further discussion could potentially be even a permanent location. I think those discussions can be had. Did you have something more before? And I'm gonna give you more time, but I wanted to make sure that the council had a chance to chime in too.
Okay.
Councilman Belliston, then Councilman Casperson.
I was just gonna maybe make a suggestion, right, to kind of helps get the ball rolling, because they're both valid valued, valid projects that we've all said that we want, you know, $1,500 for the concert band. I think that's great. If we split the baby from there, it's $24,250, even split. And we know there's gonna be a little shortfall potentially with the museum, and certainly we know there's gonna be somewhat of a shortfall with this, because it's gonna have to be discussed, how do we place it, right? So at least maybe that gets the ball rolling.
For the discussion.
Moving forward, because we have to have a budget opening, to even have that future conversation.
Okay.
Or it just goes into next year's budget, right? Because sometimes those projects just take a little longer to get going.
Maybe. I still don't like having the, wrap just fall into a budget, even for city projects, but that's just me, you know, so, that was a suggestion.
Councilman Casperson.
I was just gonna say, I really love that the community wants to get behind this and that they're willing to take the time and effort to fund it. Because I feel like, just like to echo what you just said, you know, before, just to have a community be passionate about something and be willing to work, you know, together to try to raise the funds for this. And then you can find out just like how really important it is to the community. And so I really love what I was gonna call him Brother Henderson. But Council Henderson said, you know, just about funding the, you know, what the ask is for the historical museum, where they can get the match, and then where someone is willing to pay for the, you know, to pay for the statue already to float it, and then to see how much money they can raise. And you could, you know, like he said, we could be in a situation where the community raises enough money that there's, you know, maybe the city's just having to come up with, you know, to pay for the placement of it, you know, and so I really like that suggestion going forward to do what Council Henderson.
Response to what Councilman Henderson and Councilman Casperson are suggesting.
I just have a comment too, Carmen, and it's not off the table that the statue couldn't be placed on the corner where his business was. We can ask and have that part of the conversation going forward. And that's what's good about this process, is that, of course, anyone that we grant that responsibility, they're going to have to know how we feel in Washington and how important these type things are. So it's not off the table. And that's something that I think that maybe in the long run, you know, who knows? Maybe we can get it done there still. But it's sounding, just want to suggest that.
Okay.
And keep working towards it.
So what I'm hearing is there's been some really good conversation amongst the council. Did you have something to add to it, Councilman Coates?
I was just gonna state, I'd be more than happy to do the structural engineering for my firm on the podium, so that's not a big deal.
Thank you.
But again, we gotta get a resolution to this, but I'm more than happy to help contribute.
So what I'm hearing, and council, you correct me if I'm wrong, and you representing the youth council as the applicant, what I'm hearing is that right now the council really likes the dollar for dollar match on needed improvements to the museum. They also really like the idea of a Quentin Nyson statue. They like it with as much community buy-in as possible to, you know, a fundraising goal. I mean, I would be honored, I think a lot of us would be honored to be able to contribute to that. So I think what I'm hearing the council saying is, let's get the museum improvements and the Washington City Band approved tonight within the restrictive budget that we have. Let's get a community campaign to fundraise for this. When we max out what we can, while we're looking for the right location, come back with a off-the-schedule wrap application, and the council will consider it again.
Okay.
Does that sound like a fair resolution for everyone?
I don't,
Yes. Yes, come forward, and then Councilman Bellison, do you want to talk now?
you know, when we're talking about, I just don't like deviating from processes that we've set. You know, whether, you know, again, we set it and said, hey, we're gonna do wrap application once a year, period, for a reason. I don't like just saying, okay, well, we'll do it except for now. I just don't like arbitrarily changing things, just like tonight, I wouldn't want to approve spending a number over the 50,000 because that's what we as a council had a conversation and agreed to as a council, so.
So I would agree with you, Councilman Belston. I just want to make sure I'm clear. I thought we're just saying they have the right to apply next year for the remainder.
And that's fine, council. That's really your prerogative. If I have the authority to allow it on the agenda, I would. If you're saying that I don't, I mean, this is a check and balance.
Well, we're
If
just
you're
trying-
saying that the next RAP application would be a year from now for the statute, that's fine too. That gives more time to fundraise for the dollars. But I'm just trying to find a path forward that works for all of the parties without, I respect process, and process keeps us safe. I'm not saying that it doesn't.
I'm not trying to undermine it, anything like that. We had the conversation, we set that as a policy of the council. I just don't like deviating from policies without revisiting that conversation. I just don't like doing it.
Well, the reality is if we, and we're gonna get to George on the museum, but the reality is if we're able to, short of splitting the baby and not maybe getting the full museum or maybe the community funds more than the city doesn't need to wrap 24,500. I'm just looking for a path forward because we do have a limited dollar amount to work with now.
Can we just ask for 20,000 and then just say that's what we'll ask for? So it's not prolonged for a year?
We could, but right now we only have budgeted 50,000
I
total.
was saying, then give us 10. We'll take 10.
George.
How's that? I'll put 10 on the
I think you
table.
can get 10 from these council members up here. There you go, George. And then just pull that mic up a little bit. It's not quite tall enough for guys like you, but it works okay.
But I would really like to thank the council for the help they've given us over the last 25 years that we've had the museum. And we call it the Washington City Historical Museum because we feel like it is a city museum. Without your help and giving us the lease we have on it, we could never have done it. And you've given us a lot of help. I mean, a lot of help. But other than the help, we have not asked for any money to do things inside that has to be done in 25 years. This November, the Weavers are going to be out of the room that they're in. And so we've been shut down a lot with the construction that we are going in there. And so we thought that would be a great time to do the floors in that room, the floors in the hall, because you wouldn't have to move everything and to move a museum is very difficult. And so we'd get those two things done. And we've been promised that the city would put a handicap walk out there, so.
On that front, on the east side, kind of.
front. And we've been told also that the city would get some of, even though we have a very lucrative lease on it, that it's kind of their responsibility to make sure the plumbing works and the power works in there. And so we thought we could raise, some money, and I didn't know what the budget was, but if we could have about $100,000 that we could share, and we'd go out and get the 48 that I asked for, and this 48, if we could share that and get the handicap in and the two floors, rooms of the floors done, and the other things, because we're going to start doing a Native American museum in that one room. That'll be, nobody will match it. And so if we have less than that in expenses, then we'll start to use it to put up the display, and we'll be doing the display. So we're looking at the museum probably having to raise at least $100,000 or more to finish up the things that we're going to do. And so that's why I asked that amount, not knowing what your budget was, you know what I mean? And so it's important that we can't wait till next year because we don't want that room to sit empty.
Right, now's your opportunity as they move out and you make the improvements.
Yes, and we've been closed down, and we're going to be closed down another week, May 5th. So we thought if we could do those two rooms and get the handicap thing done in the 1st of November, then it would save us a lot of time and effort and money. And so I think that's why you should be aware of why we're doing it.
Stay right there, Councilman Henderson.
I was gonna ask George, so is it the floor that's the most urgent?
Well, we
And
just
the
would
handicap
like-
ramp, probably?
When you go in and look at the Heritage Hall and see that beautiful floor, we'd like it in the entranceway. We just paid $13,000 to get it out of our money to get that entranceway painted in the old colors.
And the light.
And the lights out there that, are old lights. And we're trying to get it back to original as much as we can. And so the floors are just as, probably the most important. Well, no, I would say the handicap thing is the most important. Only a few people use it. That's sad, you know what I mean? But we gotta have one.
The bathroom plumbing is an
The
issue.
plumbing, yeah, the plumbing and
is an
the
issue.
electrical.
Painting the walls, there's just a lot of things that we know how much we can help with your help, and we can't do half of it without your help. I mean, and so it would be a mess if we just used our money, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So that's why I asked for that amount at this time, because of things that are going to be taking place over the next 6 months. And if we would work with the city, I don't want to pay a person that's there just watching the
General contractor.
the contractor, but we would give you the money and we'd talk about how we want it done. You know what I mean? Got $96,000, and we start with the project, the handicap and the floors, and then the plumbing, and then the electrical. We'd work down till that money was gone. And because you've been so good to us, and we can raise a little bit of money, and we want to raise money because it brings people together, but we can't do it by ourselves. And so,
Councilman Henderson.
I'm wondering, Mayor, thank you, George, appreciate that. The museum is a priceless treasure here in Washington, and we want to make sure that we upkeep it and everything. I'm wondering, Mayor, now that I've just kind of thought about it a little bit, I wonder if we do maybe just split the baby a little bit tonight and if we did 40 for the museum and 10 for the statue, because I want people that are here for the statue, I want all of us to feel that the city's buying into the statue. And, the $10,000 right now would commit us to the statue, and, we're buying into it because we love it. And then we're buying into the museum too, at 40,000, and then that gives you 80,000 to work with, and we'll see how far that can get us. And then we come back, we meet again next year, and we put our numbers together and crunch them and talk about it again.
You got $10,000 hid someplace,
Yeah.
I find under the couch cushions here at City Hall, sometimes you find a little bit. Councilman Casperson, kind of your response to Councilman Henderson and a little bit Councilman Belliston's thoughts?
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Well, I do agree with Councilman Belliston. I do like having a set amount. I don't like having we set it in our budget to do 50, then I don't like coming back and, raising it. So I do agree with him with that. But then, if we did, I don't know. I know what Carmen can do. So that's why I think I would be surprised if, with the support of this statue, I would be surprised if they even need the city because of just the support for it and the community support. And Carmen, a lot of people don't like to say no to her. So I don't know. I would be fine with either, approving of the Washington City Historical Museum and then the concert band, and then talking about the statue later, or.
You finish your thought.
Or what Councilman Henderson said too.
And then just the one thing with Councilman Henderson, the council's kind of had some consensus on the Washington City band, so that's another 15, so we just have to adjust a little bit. Councilman Belliston, then Councilman Coates.
I just don't personally like like the idea of funding one and not the other when we all kind of agree that we're supportive of both projects, right? So whatever the numbers need to be, I'd like to be able to support them both tonight.
Well said, Councilman Coates.
And I'm in the fact, as long as we stay under the 50,000, I'm fine with it. Like, so that's kind of where I'm at. However you split the baby, as long as we stay within our budget, so we're fiscally responsible. I'm, like I said, I wish it came a year later on the statute, just because I think it might be a better applicant, but we're here today, so I'm not opposed to something. Just, like you said, we can't fund them both at full price ask, so we have to come to a resolution between us on what makes sense.
So many really good comments. Councilman Ivy would like your comments, and then council, it's now your turn to grapple with this. Mike Harris, come on up. And let me just preface this while you're walking up, and I appreciate you, kind of insisting on time, but these are the ones that I've allowed to come forward are the applicants. So go ahead, Mike.
Okay, Dan, you want to come on up? So I had the vision to do a thing on the veterans a year and a half ago, and
so this is one of the other.
Yeah, this is
okay.
It's Film Southern Utah.
Okay.
And I took that idea, talked to you. You said talk to Kurt. Kurt, me and you met. You didn't feel it.
We'll just call him Councilman Ivy right here.
Okay, sorry, Councilman Ivy. And he didn't feel it felt under the premises of the arts at the time. I says, okay, in a year we should have a bunch of stuff done. We can get a trailer and come back. I hooked up with Dan because of the work that he's done already. He has a nonprofit besides his own production business and everything else. And anyhow, we did this as a documentary and it's evolved. We've had so many veteran stories that need to be told. We can't tell them in this one. So this one evolved into doing the committee and how it formed for the Veterans Committee, how that all went. And that all came from the World War II vets, which stirred this whole thing. We have one last World War II vet from here. He's 104 years old. We got him on this film. He's going to be in this first segment and everything else. The city is shown in this at the cemetery. There's pictures of Councilman Ivy in there and other city people.
Is this the one that, Dan, are you the one that followed the committee during Veterans Day last year?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't recognize you, and in fairness and with respect to Mike's point there, because I did give these other applicants time.
I appreciate that.
You absolutely deserve time. Are there representatives from any other application that I didn't give time since I opened that up to? Seeing them, Dan, yes, speak to it, please.
And I'll be brief. So, I mean, we can tell there's a lot of passion in this room, and there's a lot of history in this town. And so I do respect, where the chips may fall, for council members to decide on where the funds go. I respect the decision if it's zero for Film Southern Utah,
And tell us a little bit more about, we read the application.
Yes.
We're probably more familiar with some of the other applications.
Yeah.
Because they've been.
Yeah, so I'm the new breed in town, I guess. But I was born and raised in Leeds. But anyway, Echoes of Valor is a documentary film, and that's what kind of sparked this, is finding all the stories of the World War II veterans from Washington City. And so personally, it's just been eye-opening for me. And as a filmmaker, as a storyteller, that's the beauty of what I get to do, is I get to peer into people's lives, and I get to understand, and I get to see the empathy and the humanity that we see from this city. And as it has evolved from going from just trying to pinpoint which veterans we wanted to showcase, it came into the Veterans Day Parade, which is what documentaries do. There's a great saying that, when you do a narrative film, you act as God as the director. When you're doing documentary, God is the director. And so it just takes its own form, and that's what's been eye-opening about this particular project. So anyway, Echoes of Valor, I just wanted to put a plug in, if anything else. So wherever the decisions fall for everything, I'm just more wanting as a filmmaker the support.
So you've done the footage.
Yes.
Is that right? You followed the group, or
We've done the footage. I've been putting it together.
We actually recreated a scene from one of the Rex Prisby's experience.
Okay.
And so we were able to shoot at the airfield and use one of their old planes. But as it's started with just this little project, it kind of has evolved that next year, or, as we continue, we want to see more of this Echoes of Valor series, where we get to dig in a little more to these amazing individuals that are from Washington City. And so that's what this whole project's about. That's what I'm asking is wherever the monies fall, I hope everyone can see and support the film as it comes out. We want to set a premiere date, so I hope to see you all there because you will be invited to see it and just see what we can do. Statues are important. The museum's important. When you do a documentary film, you get to take that type of thing and get it out to the masses, and that's where I fall, is publicity and marketing. So it's being able to share the stories of Little Washington City. People don't even know what it's about, but you can actually be proud of where you're from, and that's what this documentary is to do. So.
In our participation in World War II, of saying our, meaning our prior generations, it's a remarkable story. Council, you've got the applicant for Echoes of Valor, Dan Falks, here. Questions or comments
Chris,
along this one?
real quick question.
Mayor?
Or Mayor, I'm sorry. We've already put $17,000 of the Historical Society's money toward it. So back to your comment about meet it halfway, that's what we've done here. We'd like to offset some costs because then we got to do the next Series 1 and everything else. So that's kind of the theory there. Now, I'm going to throw something out there. I don't know if you can do it or if you're interested in it. If there's not money in this one, we're going to do the next segment, which is going to be the Iversons and the Prisbys. Could we look at next time wrap tax and possibly getting some money?
This is the right place to ask that question. If it were up to me, I would just nod and say yes to everything, but my council pulls the purse string. So I'm looking to this council to answer the question, recognizing that you're posing it while looking at me. So council, I think what Mike and Dan are asking for is just for some feedback on the project that they're doing.
I think part of maybe what got a little sideways with your application tonight is just not really understanding who or what the applicant was.
Right.
So.
Well, that's come to the premiere, and then you can see what we got going. But the great thing about this project, too, side note, is being able to work with the university film students and being able to have them on board and help create and share their insight. And so it's been a great opportunity as a nonprofit organization to work with and continue to work with maybe SUU's film program to use their students and to just be able to collaborate with the university in that way. So that's and then, yeah, I'm excited as I've been working on it. I'm hoping as a filmmaker that I have paid the due respect and that the Washington City needs and for the veterans. And I just hope that there is that support when it comes time, that it will be shared on social media and everyone will show up and it'll just be a great time and it'll be nostalgic for everyone.
Stay right there, Dan. Councilman Henderson.
Well, so you can go on, it's on Facebook and YouTube. So the trailer is available. I've posted on the Washington City Matters group page. And as we continue to come to our securing our premiere date, we will be looking at possibly the Electric Theater or something of that nature. So yeah.
Heritage Hall.
Sure, wherever we want, yeah. Well, but I appreciate your consideration.
Stay right there for a minute, Councilman Henderson.
Question?
Yes.
So help me understand, you filmed a portion of this?
Yeah, so it's near the feature length time hold, so about an hour right now is what it's looking at. So
And
yeah,
so-
but what it does is it pinpoints certain World War II veterans from Washington City, and it kind of shows what goes into the Veterans Day Parade. So I know as we were talking, Quentin Nyson's in there as well, obviously. And so we pay due respect to what he's done. And many people in this room I've interviewed in the documentary. And so it does just kind of, it just shows what goes into that, and the Field of Flags, the Cemetery Day, and then the actual Veterans Day Parade. So it really gets that Americana spirit that the Washington City has, and I hope that that's what's gonna bubble up from this project as people watch it.
So you filmed a portion of it, and then you're gonna film another portion of it.
Well, we hope
And
to continue it as a series. So it kind of introduces what Washington City has done for veterans on Veterans Day, and then subsequent episodes, we could say after that, we want to go a little bit more in depth with individuals and their stories of heroism. And
So is this ask today, is it to pay what you've already done, or is it to pay for stuff moving forward?
moving forward, yeah, to keep it going. And
Did I understand Mr. Harless correctly when he said the Historical Society funded the first part of the series?
To start this, and as it's, like I said, is a
The one that was
documentary,
done
it's-
over Veterans Day. And I remember now
Yeah.
thinking back, seeing you and maybe some of your associates with cameras and
Yes, yeah.
recorders.
So a lot of the film students from, I want to say Dixie State University.
Dixie State is what we still call it here. We're fine.
Right,
We won't
I
say
know.
Utah Tech
Yeah,
University.
right. So yeah, a lot of film students were able to help out on that, and that's where a lot of the portions go as well for labor and to come out and equipment use and rentals, and just to really put the time and attention that we want to, put into this project to make it good.
So was this 17,000 your only funding source so far?
So far.
Or, okay.
Yeah.
If you, say we kind of defer this to the next time, like you were saying.
Yeah, we
does that
definitely want to
mean-
keep this in a conversation to
Right.
keep.
So
yeah.
will you continue to film, or would you wait to do,
No, I'm
till you
definitely a
got some more-
filmmaker at heart, so I definitely just, I worked for less, let's just say that.
Okay,
So,
yeah, so, okay, that helps me understand, thanks.
Yeah.
Further feedback, Jeremy?
Just a process comment. If you're not going to fund it this time, I wouldn't make a promise to fund it next time. but I would
Correct,
Ask
yeah.
to come back and.
No,
so
and
that-
yeah,
so that
I
it was
understand
competing
that.
against any other applications,
Yeah.
just to be clear.
Jeremy, just also on
Absolutely.
clarification of process, I mean, years ago, we did like January and July on RAP, and I believe, was it by resolution that we changed it to January?
Yes. Yeah, in 2023, the council passed
But, I
a
mean, the
resolution
council
changing it to once
can
a
make the process, but is a RAP application off January? I mean, what does that look like? I'm not asking for that, I'm just asking for clarification on that.
You as a city council can do anything you want. It's your process. So you can suspend your rules. You can really do anything you want. But I think the point of doing the resolution is that we sat down before we had anybody in front of us and we made a process. And that feels more true to what we wanted to do, because I love having everybody here, but it's a lot more difficult to make decisions when everyone's here and all the stories are compelling. So that's a good filmmaker.
But at least the clapping has stopped. 'Cause the one time I let it get out of hand, it's not even a land use issue. It's usually land use that's intense.
No, but yeah.
Council, any further conversation for?
I'm just waiting for my comment when they're done.
Okay. So Dan, I'm not sure what the temp is from
Yeah.
the council. I mean, certainly we see the value in memorializing great stories. And
Correct.
we have a great story to tell.
Yes.
I think maybe what I'm looking forward to is I can log back into Facebook and look at the trailer.
Yeah.
And then I would really look forward to
Yeah.
to the premiere. And then I think that would give this council an idea, they're the voting body, about what the product is and kind of seeing the value of the product. And
But that's what we want, especially right now, and that would be fantastic. And everyone in the room to look for it and share it and just expose it more to the community because it is about this community.
And I think
So,
we applaud the Historical Society seeing the value in that
Yes.
and getting the first one out of the gate. So Mike, thank you. Thank you for helping me with that. I didn't recognize that this was a separate applicant that I had overlooked. Or a third applicant, separate applicant.
working together.
Anything else? Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Okay, council, I am going to no longer allow additional comments from the podium, but I am going to listen to your comments, further discussion, and a motion when you're ready.
Mayor, I'll just jump in right there if you don't mind. So I really appreciated the conversations tonight that the council's had in the community, keeping in mind that we've set 50,000 at the max. Just in an effort to try to move this forward, I'm just going to put some numbers out just for discussion, see if the council, where the council's at. Would that be okay, Mayor?
I think that would be great. And then I did say, out of habit, further discussion and or motion. We're going to have several motions. So you putting some numbers out on the table for discussion, I think is right where we ought to be.
So council, I just was listening, you know, we recognize both of the big events. Taking the Washington City Band off the table, I think we've all agreed the 1,500 there. But with the youth council, you know, and Carmen amending their ask to 10,000, you know, I certainly would feel good about giving them that with the idea of working with them going forward on a location and helping to raise the money and everything that we need to do with that. And then the museum, where it's more of an immediate concern right now and a need, that would leave a balance of 38,500 for the museum. I don't know if, anyway, that's kind of where I'm at, just try to get things going.
You've heard Councilman Ivy throw some numbers out, response to that.
I like that, Mayor. I'm ready to make a motion.
Well, we're going to need 7.
Well,
Can-
I'll give it a
Yeah,
start.
We'll do one per item. So at this point, I'm going to just break these up, and I'm going to read them so that my recorder, I like to stand on the good side of my city recorder. So right now, I'm going to move on to item 7B. This is consideration to approve a resolution distributing the recreational arts and parks tax to Washington City Youth Council. This is the Quentin Nyson statue item. I will call for further discussion and a motion on item 7B.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve a resolution distributing $10,000 of the RAP tax to the Washington City Youth Council for the Quentin Nyson statue.
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Councilman Ivy. Tara, I'm just going to go, rather than roll call, I'm going to say all in favor.
But Carmen, I appreciate your passion. I'll match what I did with the Covington statue. So. The mayor already volunteered me to donate anyway, so I had to follow that up.
We're going to go roll call for the minutes on that. Thank you for keeping me in line. And Councilman Belliston, just for the record, not really, for the unofficial record, I am more than happy to volunteer your money anytime I see a good cause. So you've heard the motion by Councilman Henderson. You heard the second by Councilman Ivy. We're going to go roll call vote on this. We're going to start with Councilmember Ivy, Casperson, Belliston, Henderson, Coates. $10,000 is approved unanimously, and we will work with you to find the right location. Item 7C, this is consideration to approve a resolution distributing the Recreation, Arts, and Parks tax to Film Southern Utah and Media Arts. It looks like Dan Fowles has left, but I appreciated him and Mike coming forward and helping us understand what was initially a paper-reviewed application. Council, I'll call for further discussion and or motion on item 7C.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we deny this applicant at this time.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates to deny the application for item 7C. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Henderson. Roll call vote starting with Councilmember Casperson, Belliston, Henderson, Coates, Ivy. That item is denied unanimously, 5-0. Item 70, this is consideration to approve a resolution distributing the Recreation, Arts, and Parks tax to the Washington City Historical Museum. Further discussion and/or a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we recommend or approve 38,500 for the historical museum upgrades.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Councilman Ivy. We'll go roll call starting with Councilmember Belliston, Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy, and Casperson. That particular item is approved for $38,500 on a dollar-for-dollar match for improvements to the museum. Item 7E, this is consideration to approve a resolution distributing the Recreation, Arts, and Parks tax to the Washington City Concert Band. The modified ask is $1,500. I'll call for motion on this item.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve 1,500 for this item.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates. Aye. Second by Councilman Belliston. We'll do roll call. Councilmember Henderson.
Aye.
Coates. Ivy. Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. Aye. That item is approved unanimously, 5-0. Item 7F. This is consideration to approve a resolution distributing the Recreation, Arts, and Parks tax to Southwest Symphony Orchestra. If there's no further discussion on this item, I'll call for a motion on item 7F.
Mayor, I can make.
Go ahead, go ahead. I'll make a motion to deny this application for this.
I have a motion to deny item 7F by Councilwoman Casperson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. Roll call, starting with Councilmember Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. Henderson. That is denied on a vote of 5-0. Item 7G, this is consideration to approve a resolution distributing the Recreation, Arts, and Parks tax to Tuacahn Center for the Arts. Is there further discussion? If not, I'm ready for a motion on this item.
Mayor, I'll make a motion we deny this application for Tuacahn.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. No rock, paper, scissors necessary. We'll go roll call, starting with Councilmember Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Aye. Belliston. Aye. Henderson. And Coates.
Aye.
That is denied unanimously, 5-0. And the last item under resolutions is 7H. This is consideration to approve a resolution distributing the Recreation, Arts, and Parks tax to Encore Performing Arts. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for a motion on this item.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we deny funding at this time on this item.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivy to deny item 7H. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. We'll go roll call, starting with Councilmember Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
And Ivy.
Aye.
That is denied unanimously, 5-0. That is most of the excitement for tonight. You're welcome to hang around for a few more items, but you don't have to. But I think the applicant might feel bad that his aunts and cousin are leaving. Item 8A is consideration to approve a lease agreement between Washington City and Love Me Foods for the concession services at the Washington City Community Center. Assistant Leisure Services Director Cole Staley will present to the council on this item. And one of his aunts stayed. Thank you, Aunt Catherine. I don't want any funny business up here. Welcome, Cole. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. I appreciate the time, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Before I address the agenda item, I come bearing gifts. These are your Cotton Days official T-shirts for everyone on the top row. So I'll just leave those here by our city attorney. He might grab one of them though, so be careful. It's pretty blue this year. I think somebody was wearing one of them a few minutes ago, so they're nice T-shirts. In your packet, you would have seen a briefing document with the description of Washington City Community Center concessions vendor. The proposal tonight is to consider, well, our recommendation is to approve an outside vendor for concession services at the Washington City Community Center. The applicant is Love Me Foods. Love Me Foods is a local company that currently provides a variety of concession services throughout southern Utah as well as southern Nevada. A little bit of history, we have had several private vendors in the last 17 years that the community center has been opened, and has not gone particularly well. One was a pizza vendor. The other was a local vendor. The name escapes me at the moment, but more hot foods that need to be prepared and those types of things. The thing we like about Love Me Foods is they are more in line with what we are currently offering our visitors to the community center. I'll just read from the briefing document. Currently, Washington City operates a concession stand at the community center as a service to our visitors. Allowing an outside vendor to provide the service will ensure that we maintain a guaranteed profit each month. I'm going to stop right there and just let you know that we are currently at a deficit of about $5,000 as far as concessions are concerned. And that will probably—
Is that annually or
that
monthly?
is current to our fiscal year. But our fiscal year ending the end of June, we could potentially be in greater deficit than that. Although we do get busier as the swim season, as the warmer weather comes and we get into our swim season. But traditionally, we're not making money. And that was one of the reasons we are bringing this to you for your consideration. We feel like this is a guaranteed income, although it's not a lot of income. It's guaranteed income each month that we would receive by having a private concession service.
Hey, Cole, does that include the Little League field concessions as well, or just at the community center?
Just the community center.
Okay.
We've always made well, let me say, we haven't always, the Little League has always made good money at the Little League, at the ball fields. And it has helped fund the Little League program. They went to a private vendor, Love Me Foods, just last year. And so they're missing out on some of the income that they were receiving previously because parent volunteers were the ones that were operating the concession stand. And so they were making a sizable profit, whereas they're not making as much money now using Love Me Foods.
Hey, Cole, is the guaranteed income, is that because they are a tenant and then they're paying rent each month? Is that what the guaranteed income is? Or is there a profit sharing kind of a thing?
It's not profit sharing. Basically what it is, it's just a concessions lease agreement. They lease the property.
Okay.
And they pay us a set amount of money. What we're proposing is a 3-year contract, beginning with $300. The first year would be $300 a month or $3,600 annually.
Okay.
Year 2, that would increase to $350 per month or $4,200 annually. And year 3 would be $400 per month or $4,800 annually. So again, it's not a significant amount of money, but as the briefing document, if you've had a chance to read that, we are no longer paying volunteers. Not volunteers, part-time employees, I apologize. So we're eliminating a salary for our part-time employees. We're not requiring food handlers permits. They will take over the maintenance of all the equipment that's inside the concession stand. So there is a sizable savings that we would realize, as well as some positive annual income. And we feel like that's of value. Most of the applicants that we get for concessions obviously are young teenagers, and it's nice for them to have a part-time job, but that's typically during the summer, and we're not able quite often to open that concession stand to our daily members because we don't have individuals that can work those. They are willing to work extended hours and meet the needs of some of our daytime, non-peak season visitors and members at the community center.
Well, I like the direction we're going here. I think that it's worth another try. The way I see it is let's just use the number 5,000 since we're approaching the end of the fiscal year. So if we're 5,000 in the red, and even in year one, we're able to collect 3,600 in the black, that's an $8,600 swing. And every little bit, I think, helps up there at that community center as we try to keep costs down for residents and visitors. So
Well, and again, the money we're saving in labor.
Right.
Yeah. In the contract, if we're not happy with their services, 30-day notice, we can cancel. So even though we're contracting for 3 years, we can cancel with a 30-day notice. But
Does Love Me Foods run concessions in other venues around the community?
The only other one in Washington City is a Little League.
But in other cities?
Yes, St. George City has contracted for all of their city venues. Some of their bigger venues are in the Las Vegas area. They do down at Las Vegas Raceway and have some contracts in Southern Nevada as well. So they're reputable. I've got all the documents as far as liability insurance and food handlers and all of those kinds of things. They're proven. We've done our research and wouldn't want to bring anyone in that we didn't feel like wasn't reputable and already having success elsewhere. They can buy food in such bulk because the amount of venues that they can save a lot of money. We're just buying, so we don't get those discounted rates on a lot of the food items and beverage items. And we try and keep the food affordable there because people coming to recreate, we don't want to outprice them when they've got their children there and they want to have treats and snacks for the kids. So, if we were to increase our costs, certainly we could make more money as a city, but we've tried to keep it as affordable. That's been the standard since I've worked there when we opened 17 years ago. Admission as well as food and everything else, we try and keep it as affordable as we can.
Council, questions for Cole in regards to this lease agreement at the community center?
Sounds like a step in the right direction, I think.
Thank you, Cole. Further discussion and or motion?
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion. Make a motion that we approve a lease agreement between Washington City and Love Me Foods for concession services at the Washington City Community Center.
Thank you, Councilman Bellison. You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously, 5-0. Let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is report of officers from assigned committee. We'll start down with you, Councilman Bellison.
Because I've been in that class, I've been out of the area for the last couple of weeks, so I do not have anything today.
Okay, Councilman Henderson.
I don't have anything, Mayor.
Councilman Coates.
I already made my announcement, but they opened the scale house today. So, like I said, ribbon cutting June 9th, and we'll go from there. That's all I have for tonight.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilman Ivey.
Yes, I just wanted to report on the Utah League of Cities and Towns mid-year conference. There's a real value there in going to classes But I think the greater benefit there is just rubbing shoulders and getting to know the leaders from other cities and communities and being able to share what's working and maybe what's not and those type of things. But that was a great time last week. Just wanted to mention again the statue unveiling. The St. George Area Chamber of Commerce was out there and helped with that. They had several staff members there and it was very good to have them out there to help. But I wanted to share really briefly just something that happened the other day that kind of ties in with this. I was walking into the Little League fields 2 weeks ago, and I looked up just in time to see a flash of light and some smoke coming up out of a pole right there in the just east of the concession stand in that courtyard area. And by the time I got down to it, one of our great employees, Jordan Jolly with the power department, was there and had it kind of cordoned off. And what had happened, long story short, the conductors or the insulators on the wires had gotten so old and brittle that they'd actually broken apart, fell through, and it grounded out to the cover panel on the electrical panel. But I just wanted to share that it was really impressive to see how one of our, we all know Jordan, what a great young man he is and his family and everything, but he jumped right into action, and I kind of just helped him keep people away, and he called fire department, got there within just a few minutes, and then we had the on-call power person came, and they were able to actually get that power restored before they needed lights for the game that was going on. So, it was just a really a good feeling there, but it also kind of told me that I think we're making a step in the right direction to maybe look at some infrastructure at that field, that maybe there's some aging components there that needs to be modernized and worked over. So anyway, it was really good. Very proud of of our employees and staff as they responded very well to that crisis, and the people that were there that saw it, our residents, that there could be hundreds and hundreds of there on any given night. They just were in awe of how quickly they got taken care of and how professional they were and how they immediately recognized that it was a dangerous situation and took care of it. So
it makes us proud, doesn't it? Thanks, Councilman. Councilman Casperson.
I don't have anything tonight.
Okay. I have just a few things. I just want to express my gratitude to Andy Stevens and his crew, Blake, your department. I felt like they really did a remarkable job, with dismantling the old firehouse, and then just a lot of effort in paving, prepping and paving this additional parking area. I understand it was a great opportunity to train some of those guys on how to lay asphalt the right way and get it for the patches that they do, so they not too low, not too high. And I know Andy in particular was working really hard, so I just want that to be on the record, and I really appreciate that. I do feel like just that gives us around 100 parking stalls here downtown, and really opens up the ability to use a lot of these features that are here now and things that will be here in the future. Second one is not a comfortable update at all, but as a Washington County Water Conservancy District, the AAC, that's the advisory committee, we had a very serious conversation about the drought contingency plan. There's been a committee of about 17 water professionals, primarily staff from municipalities in the district, that have worked through a drought contingency plan. And the reality is with the lowest watershed on record since 1893, we are already in, despite having relatively full reservoirs, we're already in what we would call a stage 1 of drought, pushing into stage 2. And if you have 3 consecutive months of either of those stages, then there are measures that come forward. So what occurred to me, as Jeremy and I both sit on that committee, as we were there at the meeting today, it's no longer a matter of if we have to move into drought contingency plans, it's when, and the when is we're already moving into those. So I just wanted to be very frank and let you know the reality of the situation, and that we'll be bringing for the board at our May meeting will be taking the recommendation from that AAC and likely approving that drought contingency plan, after which it will come to the individual councils for approval. And the approval is much better than kind of what the alternative would be with municipalities that are at this point very reliant on the wholesale water provided by the district. So Then the third item, actually, the third item I want to just discuss about is on my morning run route, I get to check on the progress of two really exciting construction projects. And one of those is the Casperson home. And I'll just let you know that trusses are up and sheathing is mostly done. It's coming along very well. There are no SWIP problems there, John. There's no problems, there are no fines, and if anybody asks who the applicant is, tell them Troy Belliston. But the other one that's on my route that is, it's kind of coming out of the ground and it's a little less noticeable, but the Washington Wills Park is really starting to come out of the ground. The mass grading has just been happening. You see some of those foundational pieces and even those big light fixtures are up. And so it's starting to take shape, so that's really exciting. And then I'm sorry I've got a little bit of a long one tonight, but taking a play out of Councilwoman Casperson's playbook, my next one is tag team back here with Chief Williams and Jordan Hess. Chief had a great recommendation. I don't know if it was last meeting or the meeting before. And so I asked Jordan if he could kind of put together an idea on do it on the dime, meaning on a very, very minimal budget. Chief, why don't you just tell him kind of what your idea was, and then I'll show him what Jordan kind of came up with.
So I think a lot of you think I just sit back there and daydream. Sometimes I come up with some good ideas. I don't know. But I saw over here we have one of our founding fathers, Abraham Lincoln, on this wall. And I thought on this wall it would be a good gesture to put George Washington up there. And I thought about George Washington's motto to maybe match the lettering above that one, but be above this picture of deeds, not words. And I thought in this chamber, this is where we make those words come to material. We put our words into action, and that's what our founding father, George Washington, did as well. He wasn't about the empty rhetoric, he was about action. So anyway, that was my thought. And I presented that to Mayor Staley, and he had Jordan do it.
You know, that's how most things get done.
Good delegation
here. Just council, I wanted to just, obviously, this is Chief Williams' idea and Jordan's work, Jordan's deeds, maybe is more appropriately said. But just wanted to get your feedback and your approval. This is the council chamber. This is where you vote.
I love that you say you want our approval, but it's done, so way to go. That happens a lot in this council, so things are done before we can approve them, but I like the idea.
We could hang it somewhere else.
Well, I like it. I love it. I thought it was great. That's fine. I think it's great. I just have to laugh at that situation.
I'm happy to have Jordan tell you the exact cost of this, if you'd like. In fact, Jordan? Yeah, into the mic. Words, not deeds. I'm just kidding. Deeds, not words.
So we wanted one that kind of matched the same size, and I found this artwork. I felt like Crossing the Delaware was a great deed, and it was like $26 online. And then I went to Marshall's, and they wanted to quote me $280 to have it matted and framed, and I found this frame already with a mat in it for $80, and so I purchased that instead.
Nice.
It's about a little over $100.
He's frugal.
So how much does it cost to hang it?
I've got a hammer and nails in my office.
I really like it. Today, as I was walking upstairs, I was like looking at all the pictures, and I just feel like pictures tell a story, and I feel like this is an awesome story that is told. And I think this is a really great idea for you to, have him. I'm glad that you're catching on to the idea of having other people present for your time. So this is really cool.
Well,
wait till my rep tax application comes in next time.
Yeah, giving credit where credit's due, and I think I would speak for this entire elected body here that we appreciate the deeds. your deeds and the deeds of your department every day. I know you deal with some tough issues, tough situations. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you. It's not like crossing the Delaware, but I guess we have our own metaphor, Delawares.
Thanks, guys. Next item is city manager report.
I have no idea how I follow this meeting or this presentation. I have no idea, but you talked a little bit about the parking lot, and I think I'll jump on that and the other appreciation for our employees. This week we had vandalism at the golf course. I think I sent everyone an email about that. It's a really sad situation when there's really no redeeming reason to vandalize things, but the positive that came out of it, we had all of our golf course maintenance staff came in on a Saturday, took about 75 man hours, but they had that golf course back and operational and playing in a day. It just, to a person throughout all of our staff, that's the kind of staff that we have. When there's a problem, when there's an issue, they jump in, they give up their time, and they get things right. So I just really appreciate that. And that's my report, Mayor.
How did they fix it? Did they do their cups like their?
They had to do over 200 of those plugs. So we have a green over by the maintenance shed that we keep running just for situations where we have to patch. But they had to do 200 plugs and then go pull those out and plug all of the holes. So
Crazy.
incredible. In the next couple of weeks, they will aerate. They're on the schedule to aerate and sand the greens. And in a couple of weeks, you won't even be able to tell it happened. But just because of their tremendous effort, I mean, it was a significant damage. But
So Jimmy, any idea who the culprits were?
we don't know yet. The police are working on it. They have some leads, but we don't know yet. Probably won't ever, honestly, but it's the way these things go.
Yeah.
You have a golf course, it's such a vast area, it's so large, and you really can't secure it. So you really just hope that the public treats it with the respect that it deserves, and it's their golf course. So for the most part, they do a really good job. But
Thank you, Jeremy. We do have need to go to closed session for purchase, exchange, or lease of property and pending or potential litigation. I'll call for a motion as such.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Ivy, second by Councilman Belliston. We'll have to go roll call for 2/3 on this. Councilmember Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson, Coates, Ivy, and Casperson. Just say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.